Welcome, adventurers. Tonight, beneath the flickering torchlight of our grand hall, we gather to share legendary tales from distant realms, stories of magic, monsters, and mighty heroes, to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we cross into the veil of slumber, take a moment to cast a support spell, smash the like button, and join our growing adventuring party by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what realm you're watching from. Whether you're tuning in from Waterdeep, the Sword Coast, or a cozy tavern in California, share your location in the comments below. Your presence strengthens our fellowship and helps our magical community grow ever stronger. Now, the dice have been rolled, and the time for storytelling has come. Get in a comfortable position, dim the lights, and let the journey begin. Chapter 1. The Noble House of Blades. In the heart of the immortal bastion where ancient stones remember the footsteps of conquerors and the whispered schemes of 1,000 ambitious souls, there stands a mansion that has bred legends from its very foundations. Tonight, as shadows lengthen across the cobblestones of Noxus Prime, let us step through the ornate doors of the Ducateau estate, where nobility is measured not in gold or titles, but in the deadly precision of a blade's edge. The Ducateau name carries weight in Noxus, not the heavy, oppressive weight of fear that lesser houses inspire, but the sharp, precise weight of a perfectly balanced dagger. For generations, this family has served the Empire not as generals leading vast armies, but as shadows moving silently through the corridors of power, their loyalty proven through deeds that history dare not record in full detail. Imagine yourself walking through the main hall of their ancestral home, your footsteps muffled by carpets that have absorbed the whispered conversations of spies and assassins. The walls are adorned not with gaudy displays of wealth, but with weapons, each blade a masterpiece of craftsmanship, each edge sharp enough to split a hair or a throat with equal ease. These are not mere decorations, but the tools of the family trade, polished to mirror brightness, and arranged with the reverence most families reserve for portraits of beloved ancestors. General Marcus Ducateau, the patriarch of this distinguished bloodline, built his reputation on the principle that sometimes the fate of an empire hangs not on the outcome of a massive battle, but on whether a single person draws their last breath at precisely the right moment. His philosophy shaped not only his own legendary career, but the very foundation upon which his daughters would build their lives. The Ducateau estate reflects this philosophy in every carefully considered detail. The garden paths wind in patterns that train the eye to spot movement in peripheral vision. The staircases are built with irregular steps that force anyone climbing them to maintain perfect balance, a lesson in awareness disguised as architecture. Even the doorways are positioned to create natural shadows where one might pause, observe, and decide whether to advance or retreat. Within these walls, childhood was not measured in toys and laughter, but in lessons of precision and control. Where other noble children might play with wooden swords, the Ducateau daughters learned to appreciate the weight and balance of real steel from the moment they could grip a handle. Their playground was a training ground where every game taught skills that would one day mean the difference between life and death. The family's rise to prominence began 3 generations before Katarina's birth, when the first Ducateau to bear the name chose service to Noxus over service to self. In an empire built on strength and ambition, they carved out their niche not through brute force or political maneuvering, but through the recognition that sometimes the most powerful act is the one that leaves no witnesses to describe it. This tradition of excellence created expectations that hung over the household like morning mist, beautiful perhaps, but inescapable. Every Ducateau child understood from their earliest memories that they were not merely individuals with their own hopes and dreams, but inheritors of a legacy that demanded nothing less than perfection. Failure was not simply discouraged. It was incomprehensible, a concept that existed somewhere outside the walls of their carefully ordered world. The weight of this expectation shaped every aspect of daily life within the estate. Meals were eaten with perfect posture and impeccable manners, not out of social pretension, but because control over one's body in all circumstances was fundamental to survival. Conversations were conducted in measured tones, teaching the children that words, like weapons, must be deployed with careful consideration of their target and intended effect. Yet, for all its emphasis on discipline and deadly skill, the Dukuto household was not without warmth. Marcus, despite his fearsome reputation throughout the empire, maintained a gentle patience with his daughters that surprised those who witnessed it. His love for them was evident not in soft words or gentle caresses. Such displays would have been foreign to his nature, but in the countless hours he spent personally overseeing their training, ensuring that every technique they learned was perfect, every skill they developed was honed to its sharpest edge. The bond between father and daughters was forged in those training sessions, where Marcus would demonstrate a particular movement with fluid grace, then watch with intense focus as his children attempted to replicate not just the physical motion, but the underlying principle that made it effective. His corrections were given with the same careful attention he might apply to maintaining his own weapons, each suggestion designed to improve not just their technique, but their understanding of the deadly art they were inheriting. This dedication to excellence extended beyond mere combat training. The Dukuto children learned languages not simply to communicate with foreign dignitaries, but to understand the subtle variations in meaning that might reveal hidden intentions. They studied history not as academic exercise, but as a catalog of successful and failed strategies that might inform their future missions. Every lesson, every skill, every piece of knowledge was evaluated through the lens of how it might serve the family's true calling. The estate's library reflected this practical approach to learning, its shelves lined not with romantic poetry or philosophical treatises, but with detailed analyses of political structures, anatomical studies that identified the most efficient ways to incapacitate an opponent, and historical accounts of successful infiltrations and assassinations. These books were read with the same diligence other children might apply to fairy tales, their contents absorbed as fundamental truths about how the world truly operated beneath its civilized veneer. As young Katarina grew within these walls, she absorbed these lessons with a hunger that surprised even her accomplished father. Where other children might chafe against such demanding expectations, she seemed to thrive under pressure, her natural talents blooming like deadly flowers in the carefully cultivated environment of the Dukuto legacy. Her early years were spent in constant motion, her small form darting through the estate's corridors with an energy that seemed to seek outlet and physical expression. Even as a child, she possessed an intuitive understanding of balance and timing that allowed her to navigate the deliberately challenging architecture of her home with graceful ease. The irregular staircases that might trip an unwary visitor posed no obstacle to feet that had learned to test each step before committing their full weight. This natural aptitude filled Marcus with a quiet pride that he rarely allowed himself to express openly. In Katarina, he saw not merely a daughter, but a true inheritor of the Dukuto tradition, someone who possessed not only the physical skills necessary for their dangerous profession, but the deeper understanding that would allow her to elevate those skills into art. Yet even as he nurtured her obvious talents, Marcus remained mindful of the dangers that such gifts might bring. Excellence, he understood, could become its own trap, leading the gifted to rely too heavily on natural ability and neglect the discipline that transforms talent into mastery. His training of Katarina reflected this awareness, pushing her not just to perform techniques correctly, but to understand why each movement served its purpose, how each skill connected to the larger philosophy that had sustained their family through generations of service to the empire. The relationship between Marcus and his eldest daughter was built upon mutual respect that grew stronger with each passing year. As Katarina's abilities developed, their training sessions evolved from simple instruction to complex dialogues conducted through movement and response. Each technique a question posed by the teacher and answered by the student through precise execution. These sessions became the foundation upon which Katarina's understanding of herself was built. Within the controlled environment of the family training ground, she discovered not only what she was capable of achieving, but who she was meant to become. The confidence that would later make her famous throughout Noxus first took root in those moments when she successfully executed a particularly challenging sequence, earning a brief nod of approval from the father, whose opinion mattered more to her than the acclaim of the entire empire. As our first glimpse into the world that shaped Katarina du Couteau draws to a close, we can see how the foundations of legend are built not in moments of dramatic revelation, but in the daily accumulation of discipline, expectation, and unwavering dedication to excellence. The noble house of blades that raised her was more than a family. It was a forge where raw potential was heated, hammered, and shaped into something sharp enough to cut through the fabric of history itself. In the quiet moments before sleep claims you tonight, perhaps you might consider how the environments that shape us in our earliest years continue to influence the choices we make long after we've left them behind. What foundations were laid in your own formative years, and how do they continue to guide your steps through the world? Chapter 2. Shadows of the Father. In the pre-dawn darkness of the du Couteau estate, when most of Noxus still slumbers beneath blankets of ambition and dreams of conquest, a different kind of awakening takes place. The soft whisper of steel cutting through air, the barely audible footfall of bare feet on polished stone, the controlled breathing of a master demonstrating perfection to a student who hungers to achieve it. These are the sounds that herald each new day in the life of young Katarina du Couteau. General Marcus du Couteau stands in the center of the family's private training ground, his silhouette carved from shadows and starlight. Even in these quiet moments before the world stirs, he moves with the fluid precision that has made his name whispered in reverence and terror throughout the empire. Each gesture flows into the next with mathematical perfection, as if his body has become an instrument so finely tuned that it can produce deadly music without conscious thought. To understand Katarina's journey, you must first understand the towering figure whose shadow she grew up within. Marcus du Couteau was not merely her father, he was the living embodiment of everything she aspired to become, a legend whose exploits had shaped the very foundations of Noxian power through acts that history would never fully record. His influence permeated every aspect of her existence, from the moment she opened her eyes each morning until she closed them in exhausted satisfaction each night. The general's approach to fatherhood was unlike anything you might recognize from your own experience of family life. Where other parents might offer gentle encouragement and patient guidance, Marcus provided something far more valuable and infinitely more demanding, the relentless pursuit of perfection that would either forge his daughter into greatness or break her in the attempt. There was no middle ground in his philosophy, no acceptance of good enough when excellence remained within reach. Picture Katarina at age 7, standing in that same training ground as dawn breaks over the immortal bastion, her small hands wrapped around the grip of a practice blade designed specifically for her size and strength. The weapon is not a toy. The du Couteau family does not believe in preparing children for real challenges through fake ones, but a precisely crafted tool that demands respect and proper technique from its wielder. Marcus observes her stance with eyes that miss nothing, noting the slight tension in her left shoulder that will slow her recovery time, the fractional misalignment of her feet that will limit her mobility options, the way her breathing pattern suggests she is thinking too hard about the movements, rather than allowing them to flow naturally from trained instinct. These observations are not criticisms in the harsh sense, but rather data points that inform his instruction, each flaw identified so that it might be corrected before it becomes habit. Again, he says, and the single word carries more weight than lengthy explanations might convey. It is not impatience you hear in his voice, but the absolute confidence that his daughter possesses the capability to perform better than she just demonstrated. This faith in her potential becomes both blessing and burden, inspiring her to greater efforts while creating pressure that would crush a lesser spirit. Katarina responds to this challenge as Marcus knew she would, not with resentment or rebellion, but with renewed determination. Even at such a young age, she understands that her father's demanding standards are not obstacles placed in her path, but gifts that will elevate her beyond the limitations that constrain ordinary people. She resets her stance, adjusts her grip, centers her breathing, and attempts the sequence again. The hours pass in this manner, each repetition bringing microscopic improvements that accumulate into noticeable progress. Marcus's teaching method relies not on lengthy verbal instruction but on demonstration and correction, allowing Katarina to develop the kinesthetic intelligence that will serve her throughout her career. He shows her a movement once, watches her attempt to replicate it, then guides her body through the correct motions until muscle memory begins to take hold. This physical approach to learning creates an intimacy between father and daughter that transcends ordinary family bonds. Through countless hours of shared training, they develop a communication that operates beneath the level of language, each understanding the other's intentions through subtle shifts in posture and timing. Marcus learns to read Katarina's moods and capabilities through her movement patterns, while she absorbs his teachings not just intellectually, but at the cellular level where true mastery resides. The general's expectations extend far beyond mere technical proficiency. He demands that Katarina understand not just how to perform each technique, but why it works, when to apply it, and how it connects to the broader strategic principles that govern successful operations. A simple thrust becomes a lesson in anatomy and physics. A defensive maneuver transforms into instruction about reading an opponent's intentions through their preparatory movements. Every aspect of training serves multiple educational purposes. As Katarina grows older, these lessons become increasingly sophisticated. Marcus introduces scenarios that require her to adapt her techniques to changing circumstances, teaching her that rigid adherence to form is less valuable than the ability to modify approach based on situational demands. He creates training exercises that challenge not just her physical abilities, but her analytical thinking, forcing her to solve tactical problems under pressure while maintaining technical excellence. The emotional dynamics of their relationship reflect the unique demands of their profession. Marcus's love for his daughter manifests not through conventional expressions of affection, but through the relentless investment of his time and expertise in her development. Every correction he offers represents hours of his own training and experience distilled into guidance that might save her life someday. Every standard he maintains reflects his absolute belief in her potential to exceed even his own considerable achievements. Yet this demanding approach creates challenges that neither father nor daughter fully anticipates. Katarina's hunger for her father's approval becomes so intense that it begins to influence her decision-making in ways that sometimes work against her natural instincts. She finds herself attempting techniques that are beyond her current capabilities, not because the situation requires them, but because she wants to demonstrate growth that will earn Marcus's recognition. These moments of overreach provide valuable learning opportunities, though the lessons they teach are often painful. Marcus does not soften the consequences of Katarina's failures, understanding that the sting of defeat will motivate her to prepare more thoroughly for future challenges. When she pushes too hard and loses control of a technique, resulting in a cut or bruise, he treats the injury with efficient care, but does not spare her the analysis of what went wrong and how it might have been prevented. The general's own perfectionism becomes both model and burden for his developing daughter. She observes how he approaches every task with meticulous preparation and flawless execution, setting a standard that seems almost superhuman in its consistency. This observation inspires her to strive for similar excellence, but also creates internal pressure that sometimes interferes with the natural learning process. Marcus recognizes this dynamic and attempts to address it through his teaching, though the solution proves more complex than simply adjusting his expectations. He begins incorporating discussions of failure and adaptation into their training, sharing carefully selected stories from his own career that illustrate how even masters must sometimes accept imperfect outcomes while continuing to pursue ideal ones. These conversations reveal a different aspect of the general's character. Beneath the demanding exterior lies a deep understanding of human psychology and the challenges inherent in pursuing excellence. He has observed enough talented individuals throughout his career to recognize the signs of perfectionism becoming self-defeating, and he works to guide Katarina away from such traps while maintaining the high standards that drive her development. The bond between them deepens through these shared struggles with perfectionism and growth. Katarina begins to understand that her father's demands are not arbitrary impositions but expressions of his confidence in her capabilities. Marcus, in turn, watches his daughter's character develop alongside her skills, taking pride not just in her technical achievements, but in her resilience when facing setbacks. As years pass within the shadow of her father's towering reputation, Katarina develops her own approach to the challenges he presents. She learns to channel her desire for his approval into fuel for sustained effort rather than desperate attempts at premature achievement. The training ground becomes a laboratory where she experiments with combining his teachings with her own emerging instincts, gradually developing the unique style that will eventually make her famous throughout Noxus. The general's influence extends beyond formal training sessions into every aspect of Katarina's daily existence. His habits of observation and analysis become her own, so that she approaches even ordinary activities with the same attention to detail that characterizes her combat preparation. Walking through the estate becomes practice in silent movement. Conversations with servants become exercises in reading body language and vocal cues. Every interaction provides opportunities to refine skills that will serve her professional development. This comprehensive approach to education creates a young woman whose capabilities extend far beyond mere physical prowess. Under Marcus's guidance, Katarina develops the intellectual frameworks necessary to analyze complex situations, the emotional discipline required to maintain focus under pressure, and the strategic thinking that will allow her to plan and execute operations of increasing sophistication. Yet perhaps, the most valuable gift Marcus provides his daughter is the understanding that true mastery requires continuous growth. He demonstrates through his own example that expertise is not a destination but a journey, showing her how even established masters must constantly refine their approaches and adapt to changing circumstances. This lesson protects Katarina from the complacency that destroys many talented individuals who mistake early success for ultimate achievement. As our exploration of the relationship between father and daughter draws toward its close, we can see how the demanding love of an extraordinary parent shapes a child who must either rise to meet impossible standards or be crushed by the attempt. The shadow cast by Marcus Ducouteau's greatness could have overwhelmed a lesser spirit, but in Katarina it nurtures ambitions that will eventually carry her beyond even his considerable achievements. Tonight, as you consider the influences that shaped your own development, perhaps you might reflect on how the expectations placed upon us by those we most wish to please can become either wings that lift us to unexpected heights or weights that anchor us to limitation. What shadows from your past continue to influence the standards you set for yourself? Chapter 3. Sister in Steel. Within the marble corridors of the Ducouteau estate, where portraits of stern ancestors gaze down with eyes that have witnessed centuries of ambition and achievement, two sisters move through their shared childhood like dancers performing complementary roles in the same deadly ballet. Yet their steps follow different rhythms, their grace serves different purposes, and their understanding of the family legacy takes forms as distinct as sunlight and shadow. Cassiopeia Ducouteau, younger than Katarina by 3 years, but possessing a wisdom that sometimes seems to span decades, represents a different interpretation of what it means to inherit the Ducouteau name. Where Katarina embraces the physical demands of their father's training with fierce enthusiasm, Cassiopeia approaches the family traditions with calculating intelligence that transforms every lesson into a strategic advantage. Picture the two sisters in the estate's grand library during the quiet hours of afternoon, when golden light streams through tall windows and illuminates the dust motes that dance between the shelves of carefully curated knowledge. Katarina sits cross-legged on the floor, a manual of blade techniques spread before her as she traces the illustrated movements with one finger, while her other hand unconsciously mimics the motions in miniature. Her absorption in the physical aspects of combat is so complete that she seems to inhabit the diagrams, her breathing matching the rhythm implied by the sequence of attacks. Beside her, Cassiopeia occupies an elegant chair with the poise that seems to come as naturally to her as breathing, her attention focused not on combat manuals, but on diplomatic correspondence that their father has selected for her education. Her green eyes move across the pages with the systematic precision of someone who understands that information is often more powerful than any weapon. that knowing the right secret at the right moment can topple kingdoms more efficiently than entire armies. The contrast between them is striking yet harmonious, like two instruments in an orchestra playing different melodies that somehow create a richer composition together. Katarina's energy is kinetic, always seeking expression through movement and action, while Cassiopeia's power flows through stillness and observation, her ability to remain perfectly composed while analyzing every detail of her surroundings. This difference in temperament shaped their childhood interactions in ways that created both rivalry and deep affection. When they played together in the estate's carefully designed gardens, their games naturally evolved to showcase their different strengths. Katarina would challenge her sister to races through the maze-like hedgerows, using her superior speed and agility to navigate the complex pathways, while Cassiopeia would respond by suggesting strategic games that required patience and planning, contests where her analytical mind could demonstrate its superiority. Their father observed these dynamics with the careful attention he applied to all aspects of his daughter's development. Marcus recognized that Cassiopeia's gifts lay in different directions than Katarina's, and he adapted his expectations accordingly. Where he pushed Katarina to achieve physical perfection, he encouraged Cassiopeia to develop the intellectual weapons that would serve her in the complex political landscape of Noxian society. The training sessions became different experiences for each sister, though both participated in the fundamental education that all Ducoteau children received. Katarina absorbed the physical techniques with natural ease, her body seeming to understand the principles of combat at an instinctive level. Cassiopeia mastered the same movements through disciplined study, compensating for her lesser physical gifts through superior understanding of timing, positioning, and psychological warfare. Yet it was in their moments of cooperation that the true strength of their relationship became evident. When Marcus presented them with complex scenarios that required both physical and intellectual solutions, the sisters naturally fell into complementary roles. Katarina would scout the terrain and identify potential approach routes, while Cassiopeia analyzed the political implications of different tactical choices. Their combined capabilities exceeded what either could achieve alone. These collaborative exercises created a bond between the sisters that transcended ordinary sibling relationships. They learned to communicate through subtle gestures and shared glances, developing a private language that allowed them to coordinate their actions even under the pressure of their father's demanding tests. This connection would prove valuable throughout their lives, even as their paths diverged in directions neither could have predicted. The differences in their personalities also led to different relationships with the broader Ducoteau legacy. Katarina embraced the family tradition with wholehearted enthusiasm, seeing in the stories of their ancestors a roadmap for her own future achievements. She memorized the details of famous operations, studied the techniques that had made previous generations legendary, and dreamed of adding her own chapters to the family history. Cassiopeia approached the legacy with more critical analysis, recognizing both its strengths and its limitations. She understood that the world was changing, that the methods that had served previous generations might need adaptation to remain effective in evolving circumstances. Her respect for family tradition was genuine but tempered by pragmatic awareness that survival required flexibility. This intellectual independence sometimes created tension with their father's more traditional expectations. While Marcus appreciated Cassiopeia's analytical abilities, he occasionally worried that her tendency to question established methods might undermine the discipline that had sustained the family through generations of service to Noxus. These concerns led to conversations between father and daughter that were more philosophical than practical, discussions about the balance between tradition and innovation that shaped both their relationship and Cassiopeia's developing worldview. Katarina observed these exchanges with interest but little personal investment, her own relationship with tradition being more straightforward and accepting. She found security in following established patterns, drawing strength from the knowledge that she was part of something larger and more enduring than individual ambition. This difference in perspective occasionally created minor friction between the sisters, though their fundamental affection for each other prevented such disagreements from becoming serious conflicts. As they matured from children into young women, the sisters' different approaches to the family legacy became more pronounced. Katarina's training intensified as her physical capabilities developed, her sessions with Marcus becoming increasingly sophisticated as she demonstrated readiness for more advanced techniques. Her natural athleticism combined with disciplined practice to create a foundation for excellence that impressed even their demanding father. Cassiopeia's education took different forms, though no less rigorous in its own way. Marcus arranged for her to receive instruction from various specialists who could develop her intellectual and social capabilities. She learned languages not just for communication, but for the subtle advantages that came from understanding how different cultures approached negotiation and deception. She studied economics and politics with the same intensity that Katarina applied to combat forms, recognizing that power in the modern world required mastery of multiple domains. The sisters' bedchambers reflected their different personalities and priorities. Katarina's room was spartanly furnished, but meticulously organized, her weapons and training gear arranged with the precision of someone who understood that disorder could mean death in critical moments. Her few personal possessions were practical items that served clear purposes: books on strategy and tactics, maps of regions where she might someday operate, correspondence with other young nobles who shared her interests in martial pursuits. Cassiopeia's chambers told a different story, filled with beautiful objects that served both aesthetic and functional purposes. Her collection of jewelry included pieces that could be used as weapons or tools for concealment. Her artwork contained hidden compartments for storing sensitive documents. Even her cosmetics were selected for their potential applications in disguise and deception. Every item in her possession demonstrated the integration of beauty and utility that characterized her approach to life. Despite their different focuses, the sisters maintained rituals that reinforced their connection. Each evening they would meet in the estate's solarium to share tea and discuss the day's lessons. These conversations allowed them to learn from each other's experiences, Katarina gaining insights into the political implications of various scenarios, while Cassiopeia developed better understanding of the practical constraints that governed actual operations. During these quiet moments, away from their father's watchful eye and the pressure of constant improvement, they could simply be sisters, young women navigating the complex challenges of growing up in an extraordinary family. They shared dreams and fears, discussed their observations about the world beyond the estate's gates, and offered each other the kind of emotional support that their demanding lifestyle rarely permitted elsewhere. Their relationship evolved as they approached adulthood, the easy companionship of childhood giving way to something more complex but equally valuable. They began to recognize that their different strengths positioned them to support each other in ways that would become increasingly important as they took on greater responsibilities within the family structure. Katarina's growing reputation for physical prowess created opportunities that Cassiopeia's analytical mind could help optimize. When their father began assigning Katarina to minor operations that would develop her practical experience, Cassiopeia would research the political context and potential complications that might affect the mission's success. Her insights proved invaluable in helping Katarina avoid pitfalls that could have compromised not just individual operations, but the family's standing within Noxian society. Conversely, Katarina's straightforward approach to problems sometimes provided Cassiopeia with perspectives that her more complex analytical methods might miss. When political situations became tangled in layers of deception and misdirection, Katarina's ability to identify the core issues and direct approaches could cut through confusion that might paralyze more sophisticated minds. As our exploration of the sisterly bond that shaped both their lives draws toward conclusion, we can see how family relationships in extraordinary circumstances create connections that transcend ordinary sibling dynamics. The steel that bound Katarina and Cassiopeia was forged not just through shared blood, but through shared challenges, mutual respect, and the recognition that their different gifts made them stronger together than either could be alone. Their story reminds us that even within families that seem to follow predetermined paths, individual personalities find ways to express themselves and create unique interpretations of inherited legacy. The de Couteau sisters would eventually follow different roads toward their destinies, but the foundation of understanding and support they built during their shared childhood would influence their choices throughout their lives. In the gentle quiet that precedes sleep, perhaps you might consider the siblings or close companions who helped shape your understanding of yourself and your place in the world. How did their different perspectives and capabilities complement your own, and what foundations of mutual support continue to influence your journey through life's complexities? Chapter 4: First Blood. The morning mist clings to the cobblestones of Noxus Prime like whispered secrets, and somewhere within that gray veil, a young woman takes her first steps toward legend. At 17, Katarina de Couteau has spent a decade preparing for this moment, her first solo operation, the rite of passage that will transform her from a promising student into a true practitioner of her family's deadly art. The weight of expectation settles around her shoulders like familiar armor as she moves through the pre-dawn darkness with steps that make no sound. Picture her silhouette against the dim glow of distant street lamps, every line of her form speaking to years of disciplined training. The daggers at her belt hang with perfect balance, their placement calculated for optimal draw speed from any position. Her breathing follows the controlled pattern that Marcus taught her, slow, steady, centered, maintaining the calm focus that will serve her when violence becomes necessity. The target is a minor nobleman whose recent activities have drawn unwelcome attention from certain interested parties. His crime is not particularly heinous by Noxian standards, merely the kind of indiscreet correspondence that could complicate diplomatic arrangements if allowed to continue. Under other circumstances, such matters might be resolved through political pressure or economic leverage, but sometimes the most elegant solution is also the most direct one. Marcus has chosen this assignment carefully, balancing the need for legitimate challenge against the desire to ensure his daughter's survival. The target maintains modest security, enough to test Katarina's infiltration skills without overwhelming her developing capabilities. The location offers multiple approach routes and escape paths, allowing her tactical flexibility while providing backup options if circumstances demand adaptation. Most importantly, the political implications are minimal. Success will be celebrated, but failure will not compromise critical Noxian interests. As Katarina approaches the nobleman's townhouse, she feels the familiar transformation that comes when training gives way to application. The theoretical principles that filled countless hours of study and practice suddenly become immediate practical tools for navigating real challenges. Her senses sharpen to hyper-awareness, cataloging details that might prove relevant. The slight squeak from the third step leading to the front entrance, the pattern of light and shadow created by the ornamental ironwork, the rhythm of the single guard's patrol route around the building's perimeter. The infiltration itself unfolds with surprising smoothness, each obstacle presenting itself for just long enough to be identified and overcome before the next challenge emerges. The locked door yields to techniques that seemed impossibly complex when she first learned them but now feel as natural as breathing. The guard's attention follows predictable patterns that create windows of opportunity, precisely where her planning anticipated them. Even the creaking floorboard on the second-story landing proves to be exactly where her reconnaissance suggested it would be. Yet, it is in the moment of confrontation that Katarina discovers something about herself that years of training could not have fully prepared her for. When the target awakens and reaches for the alarm bell beside his bed, when her careful planning gives way to improvised action, when she must choose between hesitation and decisive violence, in that instant she learns that she possesses not just the skills to take a life, but the temperament to do so without flinching. The actual deed is over in seconds, accomplished with the clinical efficiency that Marcus's training demanded. 2 precise strikes, perfectly placed, executed with the kind of fluid motion that makes lethal force appear almost graceful. There is no struggle, no dramatic confrontation, no moment of triumph or regret, simply the professional completion of an assigned task, performed to the exacting standards that have become second nature. But it is in the aftermath, as Katarina withdraws from the scene with the same careful attention to detail that marked her approach, that the full impact of what has occurred begins to register. She has crossed a threshold that cannot be uncrossed, entered a realm of experience that will forever separate her from those who have never taken life with their own hands. The weight of this realization settles over her, not as burden but as completion, the final piece of identity falling into place. The journey back to the Ducato estate passes in a state of heightened awareness that transforms familiar streets into new territory. Colors seem more vivid, sounds carry additional layers of meaning, and the very air feels different against skin that has been baptized in the reality of professional violence. This is not the euphoria of victory, nor the shock of trauma, but rather the profound recognition that she has become something she was always meant to be. Marcus awaits her return in the estate's main hall, his presence filling the space with the kind of authority that comes from absolute confidence in one's own capabilities. He does not ask for details of the operation. Such information will be communicated through proper channels if necessary, but instead observes his daughter with eyes that miss nothing of her transformed bearing. The conversation that follows is brief but significant, conducted in the understated manner that characterizes all important communications within the Ducato family. Marcus's approval is expressed not through effusive praise, but through the subtle relaxation of posture that indicates his satisfaction with the outcome. Katarina's report is delivered with professional conciseness, focusing on tactical observations and lessons learned, rather than emotional processing of the experience. Yet beneath this formal exchange lies a deeper communication that operates through shared understanding rather than explicit language. Marcus recognizes in his daughter's demeanor the confirmation of potential he has nurtured for years. She possesses not only the technical skills required for their profession, but the psychological strength to apply those skills without hesitation when circumstances demand it. This combination of capability and temperament cannot be taught. It can only be developed in those naturally suited to the work. For Katarina, her father's recognition represents validation of a lifetime's preparation and sacrifice. The demanding training regimen, the constant pressure to exceed previous performance, the relentless pursuit of perfection that sometimes felt impossible to achieve, all of it has led to this moment when she can stand before Marcus as a true practitioner of the family art, rather than merely a promising student. The days following her first successful operation bring subtle changes to Katarina's position within the family structure. Marcus begins including her in planning discussions for more complex assignments, seeking her input on tactical considerations and strategic implications. These conversations represent a new phase in their relationship, evolving from the teacher-student dynamic that has defined their interactions towards something approaching professional collaboration. Cassiopeia observes these developments with interest tinged by understanding. She recognizes that her sister has achieved something that she herself has no desire to pursue, yet she also appreciates the significance of Katarina's accomplishment within the context of their family's traditions. Their evening conversations take on new dimensions as Katarina begins to share insights drawn from practical experience rather than theoretical study. The success of her first mission opens doors to increasingly sophisticated assignments, each one carefully selected to develop different aspects of Katarina's expanding capabilities. She learns to adapt her techniques to various environments, the close quarters of urban buildings, the open spaces of rural estates, the complex social dynamics of formal gatherings, where violence must be disguised as accident or natural occurrence. With each completed operation, Katarina's confidence grows, but so does her understanding of the profession's demands. She discovers that technical proficiency, while essential, represents only the foundation upon which true expertise is built. The ability to read situations, anticipate complications, and adapt tactics to unexpected developments proves equally important to long-term success. More significantly, she begins to develop her own approach to the work, incorporating lessons learned from Marcus's teaching while finding ways to optimize techniques for her particular strengths and preferences. This evolution from imitation to innovation marks her progression from competent practitioner to emerging master of the craft. The psychological aspects of professional killing prove more complex than training scenarios could fully prepare her for. While Katarina discovers that she possesses the emotional resilience necessary for the work, she also learns that each assignment leaves subtle traces that accumulate over time. These are not traumatic scars, but rather the gradual development of perspective that comes from intimate familiarity with violence and its consequences. This evolving mindset influences her interactions with those outside the professional community. She finds herself observing people differently, automatically assessing their vulnerabilities and defensive capabilities, even in social situations where such analysis serves no practical purpose. This heightened awareness becomes as natural as breathing, a constant background process that shapes her perception of the world around her. Yet perhaps the most significant discovery from her early missions is the intoxicating rush that comes from perfectly executed violence. The moment when planning, skill, and opportunity converge in flawless action produces a satisfaction that transcends mere professional accomplishment. This is the addictive quality that Marcus warned her about, the danger that successful practitioners might begin to seek conflict for its own sake, rather than as means to larger ends. Understanding this risk becomes part of Katarina's continuing education. She learns to channel the adrenaline and satisfaction of successful operations into motivation for even greater excellence, using each victory as foundation for more ambitious challenges rather than excuse for complacency. This discipline proves essential for maintaining the professional focus that separates true masters from talented amateurs who burn out through excess or overconfidence. As our exploration of Katarina's initiation into professional violence draws toward its close, we can see how the crossing of certain thresholds changes not just what we are capable of doing, but who we understand ourselves to be. The young woman who emerged from her first assignment was fundamentally different from the one who approached it, transformed by experience that no amount of preparation could fully simulate. Her story reminds us that some aspects of personal development can only be achieved through direct encounter with challenges that test our deepest assumptions about ourselves. The theoretical understanding of our capabilities remains incomplete until circumstances demand that we discover what we are truly willing and able to do, when everything depends upon our response. In the quiet moments before sleep, claims your consciousness tonight, perhaps you might reflect upon the thresholds you have crossed in your own life. Those moments when theoretical knowledge became practical experience, when potential was tested by reality, and when you discovered capabilities within yourself that you had not known existed. What did those experiences teach you about the person you are beneath the person you thought you were? Chapter 5. The Art of Death. In the depths of the Dukuto Estate's private armory, where weapons of legendary craftsmanship rest in velvet-lined cases like sleeping serpents awaiting awakening, a transformation is taking place that will echo through the corridors of Noxian history. Katarina stands before a wall of gleaming steel, her fingers trailing across blade edges, with the reverent touch of someone who understands that she is not merely selecting tools, but choosing the instruments through which her soul will find expression. The traditional assassin's arsenal favors subtlety over spectacle, poisoned needles that kill with whispered touch, garrotes that silence voices before they can cry for help, blades designed to slip between ribs without disturbing the surrounding fabric. These are the weapons of shadows and secrets, crafted for practitioners who measure success by the absence of evidence rather than the presence of artistry. But as Katarina's hands close around the grips of a matched pair of ornate daggers, she feels something different stirring within her, a vision of violence that transcends mere assassination and approaches the realm of performance. The blades themselves seem to recognize this kindred spirit, their weight distributing perfectly across her palms, as if they were forged specifically for her touch. These daggers, crafted by the legendary weaponsmith Keegan Roddy, represent the pinnacle of Noxian metallurgy and design. Their curved edges follow mathematical principles that optimize cutting efficiency, while their swept hilts allow for spinning techniques that transform defensive maneuvers into offensive opportunities. Most significantly, their balance points have been calculated to enable the aerial techniques that will become Katarina's signature, throws that return to her hand like loyal servants answering their mistress's call. Picture Katarina in the estate's practice courtyard during the golden hour before sunset, her silhouette outlined against the warm light as she begins to explore the possibilities that these new weapons offer. The first experimental throws are tentative, testing the relationship between release angle and trajectory, learning how the dagger's unique construction affects their flight characteristics. But as her confidence grows, something magical begins to emerge from the marriage of her natural abilities and the blade's extraordinary properties. The spinning throw that will become her trademark evolves through hundreds of repetitions, each attempt teaching her something new about the complex physics involved. She learns to read the subtle variations in wind and humidity that affect flight paths, to compensate for target movement through predictive calculation that operates faster than conscious thought, to recover from throws that don't return perfectly by adapting her position and timing. But technical mastery alone does not account for what Katarina creates during those experimental sessions. As she develops fluency with the aerial techniques, she begins to see patterns of movement that connect individual strikes into flowing sequences. A dagger thrown at one opponent can be redirected upon return to engage a second target. Defensive spins that deflect incoming attacks can simultaneously position blades for counterstrikes. What begins as practical combat technique evolves into something approaching choreography. Marcus observes these developments with fascination tinged by concern. He recognizes that his daughter is creating something genuinely new, a fighting style that incorporates elements of traditional assassination training with innovations that push the boundaries of what has been considered possible. Yet he also worries that the spectacular nature of these techniques might compromise the discretion that has always been central to the Dukuto professional philosophy. Their conversations about this evolution reflect the tension between tradition and innovation that shapes many families where excellence is inherited rather than achieved from nothing. Marcus's experience teaches him the value of methods that have proven successful across generations, while Katarina's instincts drive her toward approaches that feel more natural to her particular combination of abilities and temperament. The resolution comes through practical demonstration rather than theoretical argument. When Katarina applies her developing style to training scenarios that replicate real operational challenges, the results speak for themselves. Her ability to engage multiple opponents simultaneously through aerial techniques provides tactical advantages that traditional methods cannot match. Her fluidity in transitioning between ranged and close quarters combat creates unpredictability that confuses adversaries accustomed to more conventional approaches. Most importantly, her integration of spectacular technique with professional effectiveness proves that artistry and lethality need not be mutually exclusive. The spinning daggers that dance through the air like deadly butterflies accomplish their missions with efficiency that equals or exceeds traditional methods, while the visual impact of her style creates psychological advantages that extend beyond immediate tactical considerations. As word of Katarina's unique capabilities begins to circulate through appropriate channels within Noxian power structures, she finds herself assigned to increasingly visible operations where her distinctive approach serves political as well as practical purposes. Her targets begin to understand that they face not merely an assassin, but an artist whose medium happens to be death, a recognition that adds layers of psychological pressure to already desperate situations. The development of her signature style creates ripple effects throughout her training regimen. Traditional exercises must be modified to accommodate the unique demands of aerial combat. New forms of conditioning become necessary to build the core strength required for the spinning maneuvers that define her technique. Even her mental preparation evolves to encompass the three-dimensional thinking that aerial warfare demands. Katarina's relationship with her weapons deepens as she pushes the boundaries of what they can accomplish together. She learns to read the subtle vibrations that indicate metal fatigue, to feel through the blade's balance when edge geometry has been compromised by use, to sense through her grip when environmental conditions require adjustment in throwing technique. This intimate connection between practitioner and tools transforms what might have been mere mechanical skill into something approaching mystical communion. The aesthetic aspects of her developing style prove as important as the tactical considerations. Katarina discovers that the visual impact of her techniques affects not only opponents but witnesses, creating reputational advantages that extend far beyond individual encounters. Stories of the spinning blades that seem to move with their own intelligence begin to circulate through the underground networks where such tales spread, building a legend that makes her name whispered with mixture of admiration and fear. Yet this evolution toward artistry never compromises the fundamental lethality that justifies her profession. Every flourish serves a tactical purpose. Every spectacular maneuver accomplishes objectives that conventional techniques might struggle to achieve. The beauty of her combat style emerges from perfect integration of form and function, rather than the addition of superfluous elements designed merely to impress observers. The psychological dimensions of her artistic approach prove particularly significant in the context of assassination work. Targets who might maintain composure when facing conventional threats find themselves unnerved by the almost supernatural quality of Katarina's aerial techniques. The sight of daggers that seem to dance through the air under their own power, returning to their wielders' hands like trained falcons responding to their master's call, creates a sense of facing something beyond ordinary human capability. This psychological advantage often proves decisive in situations where pure physical prowess might leave outcomes uncertain. Opponents distracted by the mesmerizing quality of her movement patterns make mistakes that more conventional fighting styles would not provoke. The mental resources they devote to trying to understand and predict her unconventional techniques reduce their ability to mount effective resistance or coordinate defensive strategies. As Katarina's reputation grows within Noxian circles, she begins to influence broader trends in combat training and weapon design. Young nobles who witness demonstrations of her techniques attempt to incorporate similar elements into their own fighting styles, though few possess the natural ability or dedicated training required to achieve comparable results. Weaponsmiths experiment with blade configurations that might enable aerial techniques, though they struggle to replicate the precise balance characteristics that make Katarina's daggers so uniquely effective. The artistic elements of her style also create opportunities for diplomatic applications that extend beyond traditional assassination work. When Noxian delegations need to demonstrate the Empire's military capabilities without overtly threatening potential allies, exhibitions of Katarina's techniques serve as eloquent arguments for the advantages of cooperation over conflict. The beauty of her performance disguises its lethal implications, while making those implications unmistakably clear to informed observers. Her signature daggers become as famous as their wielder, their distinctive design copied by craftsmen throughout Valoran, despite the practical difficulties involved in replicating their unique properties. The sight of curved blades spinning through the air becomes associated with Noxian power and precision, a visual symbol that communicates messages about the Empire's capabilities, even in contexts where Katarina herself is not present. The integration of artistry with lethality that defines her mature style reflects deeper aspects of Katarina's character development. She has moved beyond the simple pursuit of technical proficiency to embrace a vision of excellence that encompasses aesthetic as well as practical considerations. This evolution represents not the abandonment of her family's traditions, but their transformation into something uniquely her own, while remaining true to their fundamental purposes. As our exploration of Katarina's artistic evolution draws toward conclusion, we can see how true mastery emerges not from rigid adherence to established methods, but from the creative integration of inherited wisdom with personal innovation. Her transformation of assassination into art demonstrates that excellence often requires the courage to venture beyond proven approaches in pursuit of possibilities that convention cannot imagine. The daggers that spin through her fingers like extensions of her own will remind us that the tools we choose to express ourselves through often shape not only what we accomplish, but who we become in the process of accomplishing it. The relationship between artist and instrument, whether in the realm of combat or creation, represents one of the most intimate forms of human development. In the peaceful moments before sleep embraces your consciousness tonight, perhaps you might consider the tools and techniques through which you express your own unique capabilities. How have your chosen instruments of expression shaped not only your achievements, but your understanding of what you are capable of becoming? What art form might emerge if you had the courage to push beyond conventional boundaries in pursuit of something uniquely your own? Chapter 6. Honor and Obsession. The great hall of the immortal bastion echoes with whispered conversations as Noxus's elite gather for the monthly assembly where achievements are recognized and new assignments distributed among the Empire's most capable servants. Tonight, as torchlight flickers across ancient stone walls that have witnessed centuries of ambition and intrigue, all eyes turn toward a young woman whose reputation has begun to eclipse even the most established legends of her generation. Katarina du Couteau stands before the assembled nobility with the poise that has become her signature, balanced on the knife's edge between confidence and arrogance, her bearing speaking to capabilities that need no boastful declaration. At 22, she has already accomplished more than most practitioners achieve in entire careers, her name spoken with the kind of reverence typically reserved for figures of mythical stature. The commendations read aloud this evening catalog a series of successes that have redefined what the Empire expects from its most elite operatives. 7 high-value targets eliminated in the past 6 months, each operation conducted with the flawless precision that has become synonymous with the du Couteau name. 3 diplomatic crises resolved through carefully applied pressure that left no fingerprints connecting back to Noxian involvement. 2 enemy spy networks dismantled so thoroughly that their handlers still wonder whether they ever existed at all. Yet, as the formal recognition proceeds, those who know Katarina best can see something in her expression that goes beyond mere satisfaction with professional accomplishment. There is a hunger there, a restless energy that suggests these achievements, impressive as they are, represent merely stepping stones towards something greater. The shadow of her father's legendary career looms over her thoughts like a mountain peak that she has dedicated her life to climbing. General Marcus du Couteau's exploits have entered the realm of Noxian folklore, operations so audacious and perfectly executed that they seem more like elaborate fiction than historical fact. The assassination of 3 enemy generals during a single formal dinner, accomplished with such subtlety that the deaths were attributed to natural causes until years later. The infiltration of a heavily fortified castle that resulted in an entire rebel leadership structure simply vanishing overnight, leaving their followers leaderless and confused. The dismantling of a trade conspiracy that threatened Noxian economic interests, achieved through a campaign of psychological warfare that drove the conspirators to destroy each other without direct intervention. These stories, told and retold throughout the Empire's intelligence networks, have created a standard of excellence that seems almost impossible to match, let alone surpass. Yet it is precisely this impossibility that draws Katarina forward, her competitive nature transforming what might be crushing pressure into fuel for even greater ambition. Picture her in the weeks following that evening's recognition ceremony, alone in the estate's training ground during the deep hours of night, when even the servants have retired to their quarters. The spinning daggers catch moonlight as they weave through patterns of increasing complexity, each sequence pushing the boundaries of what she accomplished in her previous session. Sleep has become secondary to improvement, rest a luxury that she can ill afford when perfection remains just beyond her grasp. This obsessive dedication to continuous advancement begins to affect her relationships in ways both subtle and profound. The easy camaraderie she once shared with other young nobles gives way to professional distance as her reputation elevates her beyond their casual social circles. Former friends find themselves uncertain how to interact with someone whose achievements have placed her in an entirely different category of existence, their conversations becoming stilted and artificial as they struggle to bridge the growing gap between their ordinary lives and her extraordinary accomplishments. Even within her own family, the dynamics shift as Katarina's success creates new complexities in long-established relationships. Marcus watches his daughter's meteoric rise with pride tempered by concern, recognizing in her driven pursuit of excellence some troubling echoes of his own younger days. He remembers the price he paid for his legendary status, the relationships sacrificed on the altar of professional achievement, the moments of simple human connection lost to the demands of maintaining impossible standards. Their training sessions evolve into something more intense than the structured education of her youth, becoming tests of will as much as skill, where father and daughter push each other toward limits that blur the line between productive challenge and destructive obsession. Marcus finds himself torn between his desire to see Katarina succeed and his awareness that the path she has chosen may exact costs that no amount of professional accomplishment can justify. Cassiopeia observes these developments with growing unease, watching her sister transform from accomplished professional into something approaching a force of nature. Their evening conversations, once characterized by easy intimacy and shared confidences, become increasingly dominated by Katarina's analysis of recent operations and planning for future challenges. The warm connection that sustained their relationship through childhood begins to fray as Katarina's attention becomes ever more focused on professional considerations. The changes in Katarina's personal life extend beyond family relationships to affect every aspect of her existence. Social gatherings that once provided welcome respite from professional demands now feel like obligations to be endured rather than enjoyed. The simple pleasures that sustained her through the intensive training of her youth, reading for enjoyment, wandering through the estate's gardens, engaging in conversation that serves no tactical purpose, gradually disappear from her routine as she optimizes every moment for maximum contribution to her professional development. This transformation becomes particularly evident in her approach to potential romantic relationships. Young nobles who might have captured her interest in earlier years find themselves evaluated not as potential partners, but as tactical considerations, alliances that might advance her career, or distractions that could compromise her focus. The capacity for emotional vulnerability that intimate connection requires seems to atrophy through disuse, replaced by strategic calculation that reduces even the most personal interactions to professional assessments. Her reputation within Noxian intelligence networks takes on mythical proportions as success builds upon success with mathematical precision. Handlers begin requesting her specifically for assignments that others consider impossible, confident that her unique combination of skill and obsessive preparation will achieve results that conventional approaches cannot deliver. This specialized role feeds her ego while simultaneously increasing the pressure to maintain standards that grow more demanding with each completed mission. The psychological toll of maintaining such impossible standards begins to manifest in subtle ways that Katarina initially refuses to acknowledge. Sleep becomes fitful and irregular as her mind continues processing tactical scenarios long after her body has exhausted itself through training. Meals are consumed mechanically, fuel for continued operation rather than opportunities for satisfaction or social connection. Even her famous confidence develops a brittle quality that suggests underlying anxiety about whether her next performance will meet the expectations her previous successes have created. Marcus recognizes these warning signs from his own experience and attempts to address them through indirect guidance, sharing stories from his career that illustrate the importance of balance and perspective. Yet his efforts meet resistance from a daughter who interprets any suggestion of moderation as doubt about her capabilities or commitment. The very intensity that has made her so successful becomes a barrier to accepting wisdom that might preserve her from the same mistakes that scarred his own journey toward legendary status. The Empire's elite begin to treat Katarina with the mixture of admiration and caution typically reserved for dangerous natural phenomena, recognizing her extraordinary capabilities while maintaining careful distance from the destructive potential that such power represents. She finds herself increasingly isolated within circles that once welcomed her presence, her very excellence creating a barrier that prevents normal social interaction. This isolation feeds back into her obsession with professional achievement, creating a cycle where success becomes both reward and prison. Each new accomplishment raises the bar for what constitutes adequate performance, while the personal costs of maintaining such standards make retreat toward normal human connection seem increasingly impossible. She begins to identify so completely with her professional persona that other aspects of her identity seem to fade into irrelevance. The physical demands of her enhanced training regimen push her body to its limits and beyond, leaving her lean and powerful but carrying the visible signs of someone who has subordinated every other consideration to the pursuit of perfection. Scars from training accidents and operational hazards accumulate like badges of dedication, each mark representing another step along the path toward the impossible standards she has set for herself. Yet perhaps, the most significant transformation occurs in her relationship with the work itself. What began as professional duty informed by family tradition evolves into something approaching religious devotion, where the perfect execution of assignments becomes an end in itself, rather than a means to larger purposes. The artistry she brought to her combat style extends to her operational planning, creating elaborate scenarios where the beauty of execution rivals the importance of results. This aesthetic approach to assassination creates performances that exceed practical requirements while showcasing capabilities that border on the supernatural. Targets are eliminated not merely efficiently, but in ways that demonstrate mastery so complete it appears almost magical to observers. These displays of skill serve to further enhance her reputation while simultaneously raising expectations for future operations to even more impossible heights. As our exploration of Katarina's transformation from accomplished professional to obsessed perfectionist draws toward its close, we can see how the pursuit of excellence, when divorced from broader human connections and purposes, can become a form of beautiful imprisonment. Her journey reminds us that the very qualities that enable extraordinary achievement can also isolate us from the relationships and experiences that give life meaning beyond professional accomplishment. The honors heaped upon her achievements carry within them the seeds of the loneliness that excellence can bring when it becomes the sole measure of personal worth. Her story illustrates how the shadow cast by legendary predecessors can both inspire and trap those who dedicate their lives to surpassing what has come before. In the quiet moments before sleep claims your consciousness tonight, perhaps you might consider how your own pursuit of excellence affects the other dimensions of your existence. What standards do you maintain that might be isolating you from connections and experiences that could enrich your life beyond professional achievement? How might you honor your ambitions while preserving the relationships that make success meaningful rather than merely impressive? Chapter 7. The Demacian Complication. The border between Noxus and Demacia has witnessed countless conflicts across generations of warfare, its contested territories stained with the blood of warriors who fought for ideologies as incompatible as fire and ice. Yet on this particular moonless night, as autumn mist rises from the valleys that separate two great empires, an encounter unfolds that transcends the simple brutality of military conflict and ventures into territory far more dangerous than any battlefield. Katarina crouches in the shadows of an ancient oak, her breathing controlled and silent as she observes the Demacian patrol moving through the disputed borderlands. Intelligence reports indicate that this unit carries documents detailing troop movements that could provide significant tactical advantages to Noxian forces planning operations in the region. Her mission parameters are straightforward: intercept the intelligence without leaving evidence of Noxian involvement, preferably through methods that suggest banditry rather than military action. The patrol's formation speaks to professional competence and disciplined training. 6 soldiers move with coordinated precision through terrain that could easily conceal ambush positions, their spacing optimized to provide mutual support while maintaining adequate coverage of potential threat vectors. At their center walks a figure whose bearing suggests command authority, tall, broad-shouldered, moving with the confident stride of someone accustomed to facing danger without flinching. This is Garen Crownguard, though Katarina does not yet know his name or significance within Demacian military hierarchy. She sees only a target whose elimination would simplify her mission while removing a potentially capable opponent from future encounters. Her daggers rest easily in their sheaths, balanced and ready for the spinning throws that have become her signature, waiting for the perfect moment when tactics and opportunity converge. But as she prepares to initiate contact, something unexpected occurs that will haunt her thoughts for years to come. The patrol stops to assist a merchant whose wagon has become mired in the muddy road, their disciplined formation dissolving into individual acts of practical kindness. Garen himself takes hold of the wagon's rear axle, his powerful frame straining against the weight as his soldiers position themselves to push from various angles. The scene that unfolds challenges every assumption Katarina has absorbed about Demacian military culture. These are not the rigid automatons that Noxian propaganda depicts, but human beings capable of compassion and cooperation. Their leader, rather than standing aside while subordinates perform manual labor, involves himself directly in solving a stranger's problem despite the tactical vulnerabilities such assistance creates. For precious minutes, Katarina finds herself motionless in her concealment, watching this display of casual heroism with fascination that she cannot entirely explain. The tactical part of her mind catalogues the opportunities that their distraction creates: multiple angles of approach, divided attention, weapons secured rather than ready for immediate use. Yet some deeper instinct holds her back from exploiting advantages that seem almost too easy to be real. When the merchant's wagon finally lurches free from the mud, expressions of genuine satisfaction illuminate faces that have been focused with professional concentration moments before. Garen's smile, visible even in the dim light, carries warmth that seems to transform his entire appearance from stern military commander to something approaching approachable humanity. This glimpse of personality beneath the warrior's facade creates an impression that lodges itself in Katarina's memory with disturbing persistence. The patrol resumes its movement through the contested borderlands, but their formation has subtly altered. The mutual trust demonstrated through their cooperative effort has relaxed some of the tension that characterized their earlier advance, creating marginally better opportunities for the kind of surgical strike that Katarina specializes in. Yet she finds herself hesitating, analyzing the tactical situation with uncharacteristic thoroughness, rather than acting on the instincts that have served her so well in previous operations. This hesitation proves costly when changed circumstances force adaptation of her original plan. A second Demacian patrol, undetected by intelligence sources, approaches from an unexpected direction, threatening to trap Katarina between two superior forces if she cannot extract herself quickly. The window for completing her primary mission closes as tactical considerations shift from opportunity to survival. The running battle that follows pushes both Katarina and the Demacian forces to their limits, transforming what should have been a simple intelligence operation into an extended engagement that threatens to escalate beyond controllable parameters. Her spinning daggers weave patterns of deadly precision through the darkness, finding targets with unerring accuracy while she flows between positions like liquid shadow given lethal purpose. Yet it is Garen's response to her unconventional fighting style that captures her attention even amid the chaos of combat. Rather than the stunned disbelief that her aerial techniques typically provoke, he adapts to her unorthodox approach with strategic flexibility that speaks to genuine tactical intelligence. His massive sword carves arcs through space where her daggers might return, forcing her to modify throwing patterns that have become almost instinctive. More significantly, his combat philosophy mirrors her own in unexpected ways. Where she has transformed assassination into art, he has elevated swordsmanship into something approaching performance, his movements flowing with the kind of practiced grace that comes from perfect integration of technique and temperament. They fight as equals despite their different specializations, each pushing the other toward levels of performance that neither might achieve against lesser opponents. The duel that emerges from the larger engagement takes on almost ritualistic qualities, two masters testing each other's capabilities through exchanges that showcase the pinnacle of their respective martial traditions. Katarina's daggers sing through the air in patterns of increasing complexity, while Garen's blade answers with sweeping arcs that demonstrate power channeled through flawless technique. Yet, beneath the technical excellence of their confrontation, something more personal begins to develop. Katarina finds herself studying Garen's face during brief pauses in their exchange, noting the concentration that furrows his brow, the way his breathing remains controlled, despite the physical demands of their encounter, the complete absence of the cruel satisfaction that combat typically brings to Noxian warriors. This absence of cruelty proves more unsettling than any display of viciousness might have been. Garen fights with the same commitment and skill that she brings to her own work, yet he seems to derive no pleasure from the violence itself. His strikes are devastating but necessary, efficient but never excessive, designed to end the confrontation rather than prolong suffering. Such an approach to combat speaks to a worldview fundamentally different from anything she has encountered in her professional career. The engagement reaches its climax when Garen's sword locks against her crossed daggers in a contest of strength that neither can win through force alone. For long seconds, they remain motionless, their faces separated by mere inches, each searching the other's eyes for some hint of weakness or opportunity. In that moment of perfect balance, Katarina experiences something she has never felt before, a connection with an enemy that transcends the simple dynamics of hunter and prey. What she sees in Garen's eyes is not hatred or fear, but something approaching understanding. He recognizes her skill and dedication, even as he opposes her mission, appreciating the artistry of her technique while remaining committed to preventing its success. This mutual respect, born from combat excellence, creates a bond that survives despite their fundamental opposition. The arrival of reinforcements from both sides forces their personal duel to conclude without definitive resolution, each warrior withdrawing to positions that allow for tactical disengagement rather than continued confrontation. Yet as Katarina melts back into the shadows that concealed her approach, she carries with her more than tactical intelligence about Demacian capabilities. She carries the memory of an opponent who matched her skill while maintaining principles that she cannot entirely dismiss. The journey back to Noxian territory passes in uncharacteristic contemplation as Katarina processes experiences that challenge fundamental assumptions about the nature of conflict between the empires. Her mission report, delivered with the professional conciseness that characterizes all her communications, mentions the encounter only in tactical terms, noting the unexpected competence of Demacian forces while omitting any reference to the personal impact of her confrontation with their leader. Yet, in the privacy of her own thoughts, she finds herself returning again and again to moments from their duel that revealed character as much as capability. The way Garen positioned himself to protect his wounded subordinates while maintaining offensive pressure, his refusal to exploit openings that might have caused unnecessary harm to civilians in the area, the complete absence of the boastful declarations that typically accompany Noxian combat encounters. These observations force Katarina to confront uncomfortable questions about the nature of the conflict that has defined her entire life. If Demacian warriors can display honor and compassion while maintaining effectiveness in battle, what does that suggest about Noxian assumptions regarding the relationship between strength and cruelty? If enemies can earn respect through their conduct even while opposing her objectives, what does that mean for her understanding of loyalty and duty? The weeks following their encounter bring dreams that feature spinning steel and golden light, subconscious recreations of their duel that explore possibilities and outcomes that reality did not provide. In these nocturnal visions, their combat takes different forms, sometimes extending far longer than the brief engagement they actually shared, sometimes resolving into conversations that her waking mind knows could never occur between representatives of opposing empires. These dreams disturb Katarina, not through their content, but through their emotional resonance. She finds herself waking with feelings of loss and longing that have no place in the disciplined mental landscape she has cultivated throughout her professional development. The attraction she feels toward an enemy represents not just personal weakness but potential treason, a betrayal of everything the Dukuto family has fought to preserve. Yet despite her efforts to dismiss these thoughts as temporary aberrations brought on by the stress of an unusually challenging mission, they persist with stubborn intensity. Garen's image haunts her training sessions, his remembered technique providing implicit criticism of her own methods, while his demonstrated honor challenges her assumptions about the source of strength in combat. The conflict between professional duty and personal attraction creates internal tensions that begin to affect her operational effectiveness. Missions that once flowed with effortless precision require greater conscious effort as part of her attention remains focused on analyzing and reanalyzing every detail of her encounter with the Demacian champion. This divided focus represents a vulnerability that she cannot afford in her dangerous profession, More troubling still, she finds herself hoping for opportunities to return to the border regions where another encounter might be possible. This hope contradicts every principle of professional conduct she has absorbed, yet it persists despite her intellectual recognition of its dangers. The possibility of seeing Garen again becomes a secret motivation that influences her mission preferences and tactical planning in ways she struggles to acknowledge. As our exploration of Katarina's impossible attraction draws toward its close, we can see how the most dangerous complications often arise, not from external threats, but from internal conflicts that challenge our fundamental understanding of ourselves and our loyalties. Her encounter with Garen represents more than attraction to a forbidden romantic interest. It threatens the very foundations upon which she has built her identity and purpose. The spinning daggers that dance through her dreams remind us that some enemies earn our respect not through weakness, but through strength of character that mirrors our own best qualities. When we encounter such opponents, the resulting attraction forces us to confront uncomfortable questions about the nature of the conflicts we have chosen and the prices we are willing to pay for victory. In the quiet moments before sleep claims your consciousness tonight, perhaps you might consider the attractions and connections that have challenged your own fundamental assumptions about right and wrong, loyalty and betrayal. Have you ever found yourself drawn to someone whose principles opposed your own? And what did that attraction teach you about the complexity of human nature and the possibility of understanding across seemingly impossible divides? Chapter 8. Failure and Fury. The rain falls in torrents across the rooftops of Zahn's industrial district, each droplet carrying with it the acrid taste of chemical residue that characterizes the Undercity's perpetually poisoned atmosphere. Through this toxic deluge, a figure moves with desperate urgency across treacherous surfaces, slick with moisture and industrial runoff, her usual grace compromised by circumstances that have spiraled far beyond the careful parameters of professional planning. Katarina du Couteau, whose name has become synonymous with flawless execution and impossible success, finds herself in a position she has never encountered before, fleeing from a mission that has collapsed into complete disaster, her reputation and potentially her life hanging in the balance of decisions made in desperation rather than calculated precision. The operation had begun with such promise, its objectives clearly defined and apparently well within her capabilities. A Piltovan inventor whose research threatened to provide Demacia with significant military advantages needed to be eliminated before his work could be completed. The target's location in Zahn's neutral territory provided opportunities for deniable action, while his relative isolation from political protection suggested that the assignment would unfold with the smooth efficiency that characterized her previous successes. Intelligence reports had painted a picture of academic vulnerability, a brilliant but naive scientist whose focus on theoretical research left him unaware of the practical dangers that his discoveries might attract. His laboratory, located in one of Zahn's more respectable districts, seemed to offer multiple infiltration routes and escape paths. Most importantly, the political implications appeared minimal, reducing the operation to a straightforward application of technical skills rather than the complex strategic maneuvering that characterized her most challenging assignments. Yet from the moment Katarina began her approach to the target zone, subtle indicators suggested that something fundamental had been overlooked in the mission planning process. The streets carried too much foot traffic for the late hour, with pedestrians whose casual wandering seemed rehearsed rather than natural. Building windows that should have been dark showed traces of illumination that spoke to deliberate observation rather than coincidental occupancy. Most troubling, the usual symphony of Zahn's industrial noise contained variations that suggested coordinated rather than random activity. These warning signs accumulated with mathematical precision as she advanced toward her objective, each new observation adding weight to the growing certainty that her mission had been compromised from its inception. The careful reconnaissance that had preceded her approach revealed patterns of surveillance and preparation that indicated her target possessed far more protection than intelligence sources had suggested. Worse still, the nature of that protection suggested coordination between factions that should have been operating independently. Picture Katarina crouched behind a ventilation unit on the laboratory's neighboring rooftop, her trained senses cataloging threats that multiplied with each passing minute. The spinning daggers that had never failed her seemed suddenly inadequate against the scale of opposition that emerges from careful observation of the tactical environment. For the first time in her professional career, she faces a situation where retreat represents not just tactical wisdom but survival necessity. Yet retreat contradicts every instinct that has been cultivated through years of relentless training and consistent success. The Ducateau legacy demands completion of assigned objectives regardless of personal cost, while her own reputation has been built upon accomplishing tasks that others consider impossible. The pressure to proceed despite obvious dangers creates internal conflict between professional judgment and personal pride that paralyzes decision-making at the moment when clarity becomes most critical. This paralysis proves catastrophic when circumstances force action before analysis can be completed. A security patrol that should not have existed discovers her position, transforming careful observation into desperate combat. The engagement that follows exposes the full extent of the trap that has been prepared, revealing layers of coordination and preparation that suggest her mission was anticipated from its earliest planning stages. The spinning daggers that have made her famous weave their deadly patterns through the Zon night, but for the first time, their targets are prepared for her signature techniques, shields positioned at angles that deflect rather than absorb her thrown weapons, movement patterns that avoid the predictable paths her aerial attacks require. Most devastating of all, countermeasures that seem specifically designed to neutralize the advantages her unique fighting style typically provides. As the battle expands beyond her control, Katarina experiences the unfamiliar sensation of being outmaneuvered by opponents who understand her capabilities better than she understands theirs. Each tactical decision that should provide advantage instead reveals additional layers of preparation that suggest months of planning dedicated to this specific encounter. The systematic dismantling of her usual advantages creates panic that interferes with the analytical thinking that has sustained her through previous challenges. The moment of absolute failure arrives when her primary target escapes during the chaos of expanded combat, protected by arrangements that transform what should have been a simple elimination into an elaborate rescue operation. Through the rain-slicked windows of his laboratory, she catches a glimpse of the inventor being evacuated through routes that had been concealed from her preliminary reconnaissance. The objectives that defined her mission dissolve into impossibility as resources she had not known existed, facilitate outcomes she had never considered. Worse still, the failure occurs in full view of witnesses whose presence will make deniability impossible to maintain. The careful balance of forces that allows operations in Zon's neutral territory requires that all factions maintain plausible ignorance of activities that might destabilize the delicate arrangements between Piltover and the Undercity. Katarina's very public failure threatens to expose Noxian involvement in ways that could have diplomatic consequences far exceeding the strategic value of any single target. The extraction from this disaster requires her to employ techniques and resources that she has never needed before, calling upon emergency protocols that exist precisely because even the most skilled operatives occasionally encounter situations that exceed their capabilities. The humiliation of requiring rescue burns more deeply than any physical wound she has sustained in previous operations, marking her first acknowledgement that she possesses limits that can be exploited by sufficiently prepared opponents. The journey back to Noxian territory passes in silence that carries the weight of profound disillusionment. Every mile covered represents increasing distance from the scene of failure, but also growing proximity to conversations that she dreads more than any physical confrontation. The prospect of reporting her defeat to Marcus, whose approval has been the driving force behind her relentless pursuit of excellence, creates anxiety that threatens to overwhelm the analytical thinking required for operational assessment. The estate's familiar corridors feel different upon her return, their comfortable shadows now seeming to contain judgment and disappointment rather than welcome and security. The weapons that line the walls, displayed as monuments to family achievement, appear to mock her failure through their silent testimony, to standards that she has proven incapable of maintaining. Even her own daggers, cleaned and maintained with obsessive care, seem to carry reproach for their inability to overcome circumstances that exceeded their wielder's preparation. Marcus receives her report with the composed attention that characterizes all his professional interactions, but Katarina detects subtle changes in his posture and expression that speak to profound disappointment beneath his controlled exterior. The questions he asks probe not just the tactical details of what went wrong, but the decision-making processes that led her into an obvious trap. His analysis reveals flaws in her judgment that she had not recognized, gaps in her preparation that more experienced operatives would have identified and addressed. Most damaging to her self-image are the observations that her recent successes may have created overconfidence that interfered with proper caution. Marcus's gentle suggestion that failure often provides more valuable education than success strikes her as criticism of the very achievements that she had thought would earn his ultimate approval. The realization that her pursuit of perfection might have blinded her to practical limitations creates philosophical crisis that extends far beyond professional disappointment. The conversations with Cassiopeia that follow her failed mission provide different but equally challenging perspectives on what has occurred. Her sister's analytical approach to the disaster reveals strategic implications that Katarina had not considered, political ramifications that transform personal failure into potential threat to family interests. Yet Cassiopeia's attempts at comfort, offered with genuine affection despite the professional complications, somehow make the emotional impact of failure even more difficult to bear. In the days following her return, Katarina finds herself haunted by questions that had never troubled her during her period of consistent success. The possibility that her previous achievements might have been the result of luck rather than skill creates doubt that undermines confidence in future operations. Worse still, the systematic nature of the trap that defeated her suggests that enemies exist who understand her capabilities well enough to neutralize them through careful preparation. The physical training that has always provided refuge from emotional complexity now serves as reminder of inadequacies that she struggles to address through conventional methods. Techniques that once flowed with effortless precision now require conscious effort as self-doubt interferes with the automatic responses that combat effectiveness demands. Even her signature spinning throws lose some of their fluidity as mechanical repetition replaces the artistic expression that previously characterized her practice sessions. Sleep becomes elusive as her mind repeatedly analyzes every detail of the failed operation, searching for alternatives that might have produced different outcomes, while simultaneously cataloging mistakes that seem obvious in retrospect. The dreams that do come feature scenarios where different tactical choices lead to success, but these nocturnal victories only emphasize the reality of her waking failure, while providing no practical guidance for avoiding similar disasters in future operations. Most troubling of all, the failure forces her to confront the possibility that her growing distraction with thoughts of Garen might have contributed to the lack of focus that enabled her defeat. The timing of these events, occurring so soon after her encounter with the Demacian champion, suggests connections that she cannot afford to acknowledge but cannot entirely dismiss. The prospect that personal feelings might have compromised professional performance represents the kind of weakness that the Dukuto legacy cannot tolerate. The path forward from such comprehensive failure requires reconstruction of identity and purpose that goes far beyond simple tactical adjustment. Katarina must determine whether her defeat represents temporary setback that can be overcome through renewed dedication or fundamental limitation that requires acceptance of reduced expectations. This choice will shape not only her future operations, but her understanding of who she is beneath the reputation that has defined her existence. Yet, within the ashes of disaster, seeds of wisdom begin to take root that might ultimately prove more valuable than any previous success. The humility forced upon her by comprehensive failure creates openings for growth that arrogance had previously prevented. The recognition of her own limitations, painful as it proves, also reveals possibilities for development that overconfidence had obscured. As our exploration of Katarina's encounter with failure draws toward its close, we can see how the most devastating defeats often provide the foundations for future triumphs that would not have been possible without the hard-earned wisdom that only disappointment can teach. Her journey through professional disaster reminds us that perfection, when pursued as an end in itself, can become the enemy of excellence by preventing the adaptability that true mastery requires. The rain that washed across Zahn's rooftops during her failed mission carries with it the cleansing potential that exists within every genuine disaster, the opportunity to rebuild identity on more honest foundations, to discover strength that comes not from avoiding failure, but from surviving and learning from it when it inevitably arrives. In the quiet moments before sleep claims your consciousness tonight, perhaps you might reflect upon the failures in your own life that taught you lessons impossible to learn through success alone. What defeats have ultimately made you stronger by forcing you to question assumptions and discover capabilities you had not known you possessed? How might your current challenges contain within them the seeds of future wisdom that will only become visible through the perspective that time and experience provide? Chapter 9. The Price of Glory. In the opulent chambers of the Ducato estate, where golden light from crystalline chandeliers illuminates walls lined with the trophies of 100 successful operations, a young woman sits alone among the accumulated symbols of her extraordinary achievements. The silence that surrounds Katarina in this moment is not the comfortable quiet of peaceful solitude, but the hollow emptiness that comes when success has consumed everything else that might have given life meaning beyond professional accomplishment. The letter rests on the polished mahogany of her writing desk, its elegant script conveying news that would have devastated her younger self, but now registers only as distant acknowledgement of consequences long anticipated. Liana Voss, her closest friend from childhood, announces her engagement to a Noxian merchant whose modest achievements and steady character promise the kind of ordinary happiness that Katarina's chosen path has made forever impossible for herself. Picture the contrast between the woman who reads this news and the girl who once shared whispered confidences with Liana during those precious hours when youth made everything seem possible. That younger Katarina had dreamed not only of professional excellence, but of the complete life that might accompany it. Perhaps a partner who could appreciate her unique capabilities, children who might inherit the Ducato legacy, connections that would endure beyond the temporary relationships that missions create and conclude. Yet each step along the path toward legendary status has demanded sacrifices that seemed reasonable at the time, but have accumulated into losses that now appear insurmountable. The training regimen that consumed her adolescence left little time for the social connections that create lifelong bonds. The operational requirements that defined her early career eliminated the predictability that intimate relationships require. The reputation that elevated her above ordinary society simultaneously placed her beyond the reach of ordinary human connection. Liana's letter carries undertones of regret and longing that suggest she too remembers what their friendship might have become under different circumstances. Her careful words speak of missing the person you used to be with tactful diplomacy that cannot entirely conceal the loss she feels. The invitation to her wedding ceremony, extended with genuine warmth despite the years of increasing distance between them, represents both gesture of reconciliation and acknowledgement that such reconciliation may no longer be possible. The other relationships that have fallen victim to Katarina's relentless pursuit of excellence tell similar stories of connection slowly strangled by incompatible priorities. Marcus, the young nobleman, whose interest in her had seemed so promising during her late teens, had eventually ceased his courtship attempts when it became clear that her commitment to professional development would always supersede personal considerations. His letters, initially filled with passionate declarations and patient understanding, had gradually shifted to expressions of concern and finally to resigned acceptance of her choices. Even her relationship with Cassiopeia has suffered under the weight of her single-minded dedication to surpassing their father's achievements. Their evening conversations, once characterized by easy intimacy and shared confidences, have become increasingly formal as Katarina's obsession with operational planning leaves little space for the simple sisterly connection that sustained them through childhood. Cassiopeia's own evolution toward political intrigue and social manipulation has created additional barriers, their different interpretations of the family legacy pulling them toward paths that intersect less frequently with each passing year. The isolation that accompanies extreme professional success manifests in ways both subtle and profound throughout Katarina's daily existence. Meals are consumed alone, not from preference but from the practical reality that few people can relate to someone whose dinner conversation might casually reference techniques for silent killing or analysis of political vulnerabilities. The servants who maintain the estate treat her with respectful distance that reflects awareness of her capabilities rather than comfortable familiarity. Social gatherings among Noxian nobility become exercises in careful performance rather than opportunities for genuine connection. Other attendees approach her with mixture of admiration and wariness, recognizing her achievements while remaining uncertain how to interact with someone whose professional expertise involves activities that polite society prefers not to acknowledge directly. Their conversations follow predictable patterns, effusive praise for her successes followed by careful avoidance of details that might prove uncomfortable for civilian sensibilities. The romantic possibilities that occasionally present themselves prove equally unsatisfying, as potential partners struggle to reconcile the woman they encounter in social settings with the legendary figure whose exploits have become the stuff of whispered tales throughout the empire. Some are intimidated by her reputation, to the point where natural interaction becomes impossible. Others are attracted primarily to the status that association with her might provide, their interest focused on reflected glory rather than genuine connection. More troubling still are those who seem genuinely drawn to the dangerous aspects of her profession, their fascination with violence and death revealing character flaws that make them unsuitable for any meaningful relationship. These individuals often mistake her professional competence for personal cruelty, failing to understand that her effectiveness as an assassin stems from disciplined technique rather than sadistic pleasure. Their misperceptions of her nature make authentic connection impossible while highlighting the ways that her reputation has become a barrier to being truly known. The physical manifestations of her chosen lifestyle accumulate like sediment in a riverbed, each small change barely noticeable until their combined effect transforms her entire appearance. The lean muscle that enables her aerial techniques gives her frame an austere quality that speaks more to efficient function than feminine grace. The scars that mark her skin tell stories of professional encounters that cannot be shared with civilian observers. Even her posture carries the constant awareness of potential threats that makes relaxation seem impossible. Sleep, when it comes, brings dreams that feature scenarios from completed missions rather than personal fantasies or aspirations. Her subconscious mind processes tactical problems and strategic considerations even during rest, leaving her to wake with solutions to professional challenges, but no insight into the emotional emptiness that grows wider with each passing day. The boundary between her professional and personal identity has dissolved so completely that she struggles to remember what she enjoyed before every interest became subordinated to operational effectiveness. The recognition that begins to dawn during these solitary hours is that her pursuit of her father's approval has gradually consumed every other relationship that might have provided alternative sources of validation and meaning. Marcus's legendary status has become both inspiration and curse, setting standards that demand not just professional excellence, but the sacrifice of everything that might compete with that excellence for attention and energy. Yet even as this recognition brings profound sadness, it also illuminates the terrible logic that has guided her choices. Each sacrifice seemed reasonable when evaluated against the alternative of accepting mediocrity. Each relationship that was allowed to wither appeared less important than the professional development that might earn her father's ultimate recognition. The cumulative weight of these decisions becomes apparent only when their effects can no longer be reversed through simple choices about priorities. The irony that haunts her reflection is that her success has made her more like Marcus than she had ever intended, replicating not just his professional achievements but the personal isolation that accompanied them. She begins to understand that his demanding standards and emotional distance may have resulted not from natural temperament, but from the same process of progressive sacrifice that has shaped her own development. The legacy she has inherited includes not just techniques and reputation, but the patterns of loss that extraordinary achievement seems to require. The moments of greatest anguish come when she imagines alternative versions of her life that might have developed under different choices. Katarina, who had balanced professional development with personal relationships, who had found ways to honor the family tradition without surrendering every other aspect of human experience, who had achieved excellence without paying the price of comprehensive isolation. These fantasies provide temporary escape from her current reality, while simultaneously emphasizing the irreversible nature of the path she has chosen. The realization that her encounter with Garen has affected her so profoundly, partly because it represents her first genuine human connection in years, adds another layer of complexity to her emotional landscape. The forbidden attraction that troubles her professional focus may be less about romantic desire than about desperate hunger for any relationship that sees her as more than a weapon to be deployed. His recognition of her skill combined with his apparent indifference to her reputation creates a tantalizing possibility of being known for who she is rather than what she can accomplish. Yet even this connection carries the seeds of loss, as their opposing loyalties make any meaningful relationship impossible within the structures that define both their lives. The cruelest irony of her situation may be that the only person who seems capable of seeing past her professional reputation to the woman beneath represents everything she has been trained to oppose and destroy. The late evening hours in her chambers become a nightly confrontation with the accumulating evidence of choices that cannot be unmade. The commendations and honors that line her walls speak to professional achievements that any rational person would consider more than adequate compensation for personal sacrifices. Yet the silence that surrounds her as she contemplates these symbols of success carries its own judgment about the hollowness that accompanies glory achieved at such comprehensive cost. The maintenance of her weapons, once a meditative practice that connected her to the traditions she inherited, now feels like ritual worship of tools that have become more familiar than human faces. The spinning daggers that dance through her fingers with perfect obedience serve as reminders that her most reliable relationships are with inanimate objects designed for killing rather than creating or nurturing. As our exploration of the price that glory demands draws toward its close, we can see how the pursuit of excellence, when it becomes all-consuming, can transform achievement into a beautiful form of imprisonment. Katarina's journey reminds us that success without connection, accomplishment without love, and legendary status without authentic relationship ultimately produce a different kind of failure. The failure to live fully human lives that encompass more than professional identity. The silence that surrounds her in her moments of triumph echoes with the voices of all those who might have shared her joys and sorrows, if different choices had created space for them in her life. Her story illustrates how the very dedication that enables extraordinary achievement can also destroy the foundations upon which meaningful existence rests. In the gentle quiet that precedes your own rest tonight, perhaps you might consider how your own pursuits of excellence affect the relationships that give your achievements meaning. What prices have you paid for your successes? And what connections might you nurture that could provide alternative sources of fulfillment and identity? How might you honor your ambitions while preserving the human bonds that make success worth celebrating rather than merely accumulating? Chapter 10. Family Secrets Revealed. The hidden chamber beneath the Dukuto estate exists in defiance of architectural logic, its stone walls carved from bedrock that predates the mansion above by centuries. Ancient symbols etched into the granite surfaces speak of purposes that extend far beyond the family's official history, their meaning lost to all but those initiated into secrets that have shaped Noxian power from its earliest foundations. Tonight, as flickering torchlight reveals documents that were never meant to see daylight, Katarina confronts truths that will shatter every assumption she has held about her father's legacy and her own destiny. The discovery of this chamber came by accident, triggered by her desperate search through Marcus's private study for any intelligence that might explain the systematic trap that had defeated her and Zahn. Her fingers, exploring the carved molding around his desk with the thoroughness that professional paranoia demands, found the hidden mechanism that revealed stairs descending into darkness that seemed to swallow the light of her torch like hungry void. Picture her descent into this forgotten space, each step carrying her deeper into revelations that will reshape her understanding of everything she has believed about the Ducato family's service to Noxus. The air grows thick with the weight of accumulated secrets as she discovers archives that chronicle operations spanning generations, missions that never appeared in official records, alliances that contradict public knowledge, and most shocking of all, evidence of Marcus's involvement with the Black Rose conspiracy that supposedly ended with LeBlanc's exile. The first documents she examines seem innocuous enough, routine intelligence reports and operational summaries that differ little from the materials she has seen in her father's official files. Yet, as she delves deeper into the chronologically arranged archives, patterns emerge that speak to a parallel existence running alongside the public face of Ducato's service. Meetings with individuals whose names carry whispered significance in the darkest corners of Noxian politics, assignments that served interests beyond the Empire's official objectives, financial records that suggest resources flowing from sources that should not exist. The revelation that Marcus maintained extensive correspondence with LeBlanc herself strikes Katarina like a physical blow, forcing her to question everything she thought she understood about her father's principles and loyalties. The letters, written in the formal diplomatic language that conceals as much as it reveals, chronicle a relationship that spans decades and involves coordination on matters that could reshape the balance of power throughout Valoran. More devastating still are the operational records that document Marcus's participation in Black Rose activities that officially never occurred. Assassinations attributed to foreign agents or internal conflicts that were in fact carefully orchestrated to advance the conspiracy's long-term objectives. Political manipulations that appeared to serve Noxian interests while actually strengthening the hidden network that LeBlanc has spent centuries building. Each revelation forces Katarina to reconsider events from her father's career that she had celebrated as examples of patriotic dedication. The personal dimension of Marcus's involvement becomes clear through documents that reveal the true nature of his disappearance, which she had always assumed resulted from a mission gone wrong or enemy action against a too successful operative. Instead, she discovers evidence suggesting that he departed voluntarily, called away by obligations to the Black Rose that superseded his responsibilities to family and empire. The carefully constructed fiction of his mysterious fate dissolves into the more painful reality of deliberate abandonment. Yet, perhaps the most shocking discovery lies in documents that chronicle the Black Rose's interest in the Ducato bloodline itself, suggesting that Marcus's recruitment was not random but part of a carefully orchestrated plan spanning multiple generations. References to inherited capabilities and bloodline potential imply that her own extraordinary abilities may result not from natural talent and dedicated training, but from genetic modifications or mystical influences that predate her birth. The implications of this revelation extend far beyond personal identity crisis to encompass everything she has accomplished throughout her career. Were her achievements the result of her own dedication and skill, or manifestations of artificial enhancements designed to serve purposes she has never understood? The question strikes at the foundation of her self-respect and professional pride, forcing her to wonder whether she has been living her own life or performing a role written by others. The archive contains detailed profiles of both Katarina and Cassiopeia, documents that analyze their developing capabilities with the clinical precision of scientific observation. Her sister's political acumen and social manipulation skills receive particular attention, described in terms that suggest they were anticipated and possibly cultivated through methods that remain obscure. The realization that their entire upbringing may have been orchestrated to produce specific outcomes transforms cherished memories into evidence of systematic manipulation. More disturbing still are the operational plans that outline potential future uses for both sisters, contingencies that treat them not as autonomous individuals, but as assets to be deployed according to the Black Rose's strategic requirements. Katarina's signature combat techniques are analyzed not as personal innovations, but as expressions of capabilities that were expected to manifest. Cassiopeia's developing network of social connections is mapped with the precision of military intelligence, catalogued as resources that might be activated when circumstances demand. The documents reveal that Marcus's demanding training regimen served multiple purposes beyond simple professional preparation. Each technique he taught, each standard he maintained, each lesson he provided was designed not only to create effective operatives, but to develop specific capabilities that the Black Rose anticipated needing. His role as father became secondary to his function as handler, his love for his daughters subordinated to his obligations to the conspiracy that had claimed his ultimate loyalty. This recognition forces Katarina to re-examine every aspect of their relationship, searching for signs of the manipulation that she now knows was present throughout her development. The pride she felt when earning his approval transforms into humiliation when she realizes that his reactions may have been calculated responses designed to guide her behavior rather than genuine emotional connections. The standards that drove her toward excellence become suspect when viewed as external impositions rather than expressions of family tradition. The discovery of sealed orders bearing her name provides the final confirmation of how thoroughly her life has been shaped by forces beyond her awareness. The documents outline scenarios in which she might be activated for Black Rose operations, contingencies that assume her cooperation without acknowledging her right to choose her own allegiances. Her signature fighting style, her reputation within Noxian society, even her complex relationship with Cassiopeia are all treated as variables in equations that reduce her existence to strategic calculations. Yet, within this devastating revelation, lies information that may explain the systematic nature of the trap that defeated her in Zon. The enemy preparation that seemed impossibly thorough makes sense when viewed as the result of intelligence provided by sources within the Black Rose network itself. Her mission may have been compromised, not through external espionage, but through internal politics that treated her expendability as acceptable cost for larger objectives. The realization that her failure may have been orchestrated by the same conspiracy that shaped her creation brings both rage and unexpected relief. The self-doubt that has plagued her since that disaster begins to transform into fury, directed at those who manipulated circumstances to serve their own purposes. Her defeat was not the result of overconfidence or inadequate preparation, but of betrayal by forces that had been guiding her development since birth. The archive's most recent entries chronicle activities that occurred after Marcus's disappearance, suggesting that his departure did not end the Black Rose's interest in his daughters, but merely transformed the nature of their oversight. References to the Cassiopeia initiative and accelerated timeline imply that recent events may have been designed to push both sisters toward activation of their latent potential. The timing of these documents coincides disturbingly with Cassiopeia's increasing involvement in political intrigue and her own growing reputation as Noxus's premier assassin. The personal letters between Marcus and LeBlanc reveal the emotional cost of his double life, his struggles to reconcile his genuine love for his daughters with his obligations to the conspiracy that claimed his ultimate loyalty. His words speak of sacrifices that no parent should be required to make, choices between personal relationships and larger purposes that tear at the fabric of his identity. These glimpses of his internal conflict provide context for his emotional distance, while making his betrayal no less devastating. As Katarina processes the full scope of what she has discovered, the implications for her future become clear. The Black Rose's patience with her independent development has limits, and those limits may be approaching as political circumstances create pressure for activation of long-prepared assets. Her choice becomes not whether to serve the conspiracy that shaped her existence, but whether to accept that service willingly or resist, with full knowledge of the consequences such resistance might bring. The spinning daggers that rest in their sheaths seem different now, their familiar weight carrying new significance, as she recognizes them as gifts from a father whose motivations she had never understood. The techniques that flow through her muscle memory take on sinister undertones when viewed as programming rather than education. Even her deepest instincts become suspect when she considers how thoroughly her development may have been guided by external influences. Yet within this comprehensive betrayal lies an unexpected gift, the knowledge that enables her to make truly independent choices for the first time in her life. Understanding the forces that have shaped her development provides the foundation for resistance or cooperation based on her own evaluation of the consequences rather than blind obedience to inherited loyalties. The truth, devastating as it proves, offers the possibility of authentic self-determination that ignorance could never provide. The decision that emerges from this revelation will shape not only her own future, but potentially the fate of her sister and the balance of power throughout Noxian society. The Black Rose's plans, carefully laid across decades, now depend upon her willingness to fulfill the role that was designed for her before her birth. Her response to this knowledge will determine whether she becomes the weapon that others intended or something entirely different. A person who chooses her own path regardless of the expectations that have defined her existence. As our exploration of the secrets that shaped Katarina's life draws toward its close, we can see how the discovery of truth about our origins, however painful, provides the foundation for authentic choice about our futures. Her journey into the hidden chamber beneath her family home reminds us that the most important revelations often come not from seeking answers to comfortable questions, but from having the courage to examine the foundations upon which we have built our identities. The torchlight that illuminates the Black Rose documents casts shadows that dance like the spinning daggers that have defined her reputation, reminding us that even our most personal achievements may serve purposes we have never understood. Yet in that dancing light lies the possibility of transformation, the chance to choose who we become based on knowledge rather than assumption, on conscious decision rather than unconscious programming. In the quiet moments before sleep, claims your consciousness tonight. Perhaps you might consider what hidden influences have shaped your own development and choices. What family secrets or social pressures have guided your path in ways you may not have recognized. And if you discovered that your greatest achievements served purposes beyond your awareness, how might that knowledge change your understanding of who you choose to be moving forward? Chapter 11. Redemption Through Steel. The morning sun rises over Noxus Prime with unusual clarity, its golden light cutting through the industrial haze that typically shrouds the capital in perpetual twilight. From the highest tower of the Dukuto estate, Katarina watches this rare display of natural beauty, while contemplating choices that will reshape not only her own destiny, but potentially the fate of everyone whose lives have been touched by the Black Rose's centuries-spanning conspiracy. The documents she discovered in the hidden chamber rest in a pile of ash in the courtyard below, their secrets committed to memory before being destroyed, to prevent their falling into hands that might use them to harm those she has come to understand. She still loves despite everything. The decision to burn that evidence represents more than practical security. It symbolizes her refusal to allow the past to dictate the future, her determination to forge identity based on conscious choice rather than inherited obligation. 3 weeks have passed since that night of devastating revelation. 3 weeks spent in careful analysis of options that range from complete submission to the Black Rose's expectations to open rebellion against forces that have shaped her existence since birth. Yet as she stands in the clear morning light, spinning one of her signature daggers through her fingers with absent precision, a third path begins to crystallize, one that transcends the simple binary of cooperation or resistance. Picture the transformation that has occurred within her during these days of profound reconsideration. The desperate ambition that drove her toward impossible standards has evolved into something more focused and sustainable, a commitment to excellence that serves her own values rather than external expectations. The obsessive pursuit of her father's approval has given way to the quieter satisfaction of understanding her own capabilities and limitations with honest clarity. This evolution did not occur through sudden epiphany, but through the gradual accumulation of small insights that collectively reshaped her perspective on what constitutes meaningful achievement. The realization that her greatest successes may have been orchestrated forced her to examine which accomplishments felt genuinely satisfying versus those that merely provided external validation. The process of separation revealed strengths she had not recognized and weaknesses she had never acknowledged. The training regimen that now fills her days differs markedly from the relentless pursuit of impossible perfection that characterized her earlier development. Each exercise serves purposes she has consciously chosen, designed to address specific limitations rather than chase abstract ideals of flawless execution. The spinning daggers that dance through their aerial patterns carry new meaning as expressions of her own artistic vision rather than performances calculated to impress observers. More significantly, she has begun to integrate the emotional intelligence that her single-minded focus on technical excellence had systematically neglected. The isolation that accompanied her legendary status is gradually giving way to carefully chosen connections with individuals who see her as more than a weapon to be deployed. These relationships, tentative and fragile as they remain, provide the human context that gives meaning to professional achievement. The conversation with Cassiopeia that marked the beginning of this transformation revealed depths of understanding between the sisters that years of increasing distance had obscured. Her sister's reaction to the revelation about their father's true loyalties proved that the Black Rose's influence, while extensive, had not completely severed the bonds of genuine affection that connected them. Cassiopeia's offer to coordinate their resistance against external manipulation demonstrated that their different approaches to the family legacy could become complementary strengths rather than sources of division. Together, they developed strategies that used their inherited capabilities to serve their own objectives while making detection and retaliation by the Black Rose more difficult. Cassiopeia's political connections provide intelligence about the conspiracy's current activities, while Katarina's operational skills enable direct action against threats that conventional approaches cannot address. Their cooperation represents not just tactical advantage, but the restoration of personal relationship that gives their resistance emotional as well as strategic significance. The decision to continue operating as an assassin while rejecting the purposes that others had designed for her required careful consideration of how to distinguish legitimate service to Noxus from unwitting participation in Black Rose objectives. This analysis forced her to develop political awareness that her previous focus on technical excellence had neglected, learning to evaluate the broader implications of potential assignments rather than simply accepting missions based on their tactical challenges. The first operation she undertook with this new perspective targeted a corruption network that was weakening Noxian military effectiveness for personal profit. The assignment came through official channels and served clear imperial interests, yet her approach differed markedly from her previous methodology. Rather than pursuing spectacular execution that would enhance her reputation, she focused on comprehensive results that eliminated the entire network while gathering intelligence about similar threats. The satisfaction she derived from this success proved qualitatively different from the validation she had sought through earlier achievements. The knowledge that her actions had protected Noxian soldiers from betrayal by their own supply chain provided meaning that transcended personal accomplishment. The realization that she could use her abilities to serve causes she genuinely believed in, rather than external expectations, opened possibilities for purpose that had been closed during her period of obsessive ambition. This shift in motivation created ripple effects throughout her approach to professional development. Training sessions became opportunities for creative exploration, rather than mechanical repetition, allowing her to discover variations in her techniques that reflected her evolving understanding of what combat excellence should accomplish. The spinning daggers that had become her signature evolved into even more sophisticated expressions of controlled lethality, their aerial patterns incorporating defensive capabilities that protected innocent bystanders while eliminating specific threats. The integration of tactical awareness with strategic thinking enabled her to identify assignments that served multiple purposes simultaneously. Operations that appeared to be simple elimination missions were planned to gather intelligence about larger conspiracies, while seemingly routine infiltrations were designed to plant evidence that would expose corruption networks to appropriate authorities. This approach to multifaceted mission planning demonstrated the intellectual growth that accompanied her emotional development. Her relationship with Marcus's memory underwent parallel evolution as she learned to separate the father who had genuinely loved his daughters from the operative who had served the Black Rose's agenda. The techniques he had taught retained their value while losing their previous significance as inherited obligations. The standards he had maintained became resources for her own development rather than external impositions that defined her worth through their achievement. This process of intellectual and emotional integration enabled her to approach the question of her encounter with Garen with greater clarity than had been possible during her period of confusion and self-doubt. The attraction she felt toward him began to make sense, not as betrayal of her principles, but as recognition of character that mirrored her own commitment to excellence in service of larger purposes. Their opposition resulted from the circumstances of their birth and training rather than fundamental incompatibility of values. The implications of this recognition extended beyond personal feelings to encompass broader questions about the nature of conflict between Noxus and Demacia. If warriors on both sides could demonstrate honor and dedication to their people's welfare, what did that suggest about the possibility of cooperation on challenges that threatened both empires? The revelation that her own family had been manipulated by forces that served neither Noxian nor Demacian interests raised questions about whether their traditional rivalry might be perpetuated by those who benefited from continued conflict. These philosophical considerations influenced her approach to missions that involved interaction with Demacian forces, rather than seeking opportunities for spectacular demonstrations of superior technique. She began to look for ways to accomplish objectives while minimizing casualties among opponents who might be serving their own people with the same dedication she brought to serving hers. This evolution in tactical philosophy reflected growing understanding that true strength often manifested through restraint rather than maximum application of force. The development of this more nuanced approach to conflict required her to master psychological and social skills that had been neglected during her earlier focus on physical capabilities. Reading opponents' motivations and predicting their responses became as important as analyzing their combat techniques. Understanding the political context that shaped individual encounters enabled more sophisticated planning that achieved objectives through minimal violence rather than overwhelming force. This growth in capability was accompanied by growing confidence in her ability to make independent judgments about which assignments to accept and which to decline. The reputation that had once seemed like a prison began to transform into leverage that enabled her to shape her own career rather than simply respond to external demands. Handlers who had previously assumed her unquestioning compliance discovered that she now evaluated missions based on her own criteria rather than accepting any challenge that tested her abilities. The spinning daggers that had become synonymous with her identity evolved into symbols of conscious choice rather than inherited obligation. Each throw represented decisions made with full awareness of alternatives rather than automatic responses, programmed through years of conditioning. The artistic elements of her combat style began to reflect her own aesthetic preferences rather than techniques designed to impress observers or fulfill others' expectations. As our exploration of Katarina's transformation through conscious choice draws toward its close, we can see how true redemption often comes not through abandoning our past, but through reclaiming it on our own terms. Her journey from desperate ambition to purposeful action demonstrates that even the most comprehensive manipulation cannot destroy the capacity for authentic self-determination when it is combined with courage and clear thinking. The steel that flows through her techniques now carries new meaning as an expression of personal identity rather than inherited programming. Her daggers dance through patterns that serve purposes she has consciously chosen, their precision reflecting not the pursuit of impossible standards, but the application of honest skill to meaningful objectives. In the gentle moments before sleep embraces your consciousness tonight, perhaps you might consider how your own talents and capabilities could serve purposes that reflect your deepest values rather than external expectations. What skills have you developed that could be redirected toward ends that provide genuine satisfaction rather than mere validation? How might the conscious choice of purpose transform achievements that once felt hollow into expressions of authentic personal meaning? Chapter 12. The Sinister Blade's Legacy. The throne room of the immortal bastion echoes with the measured footsteps of Noxus's most elite operatives as they gather for the quarterly assembly, where the Empire's highest achievements are recognized and its most challenging assignments are distributed. Tonight, as torchlight flickers across ancient stone carved with the victories of 1,000 campaigns, all attention focuses on a figure whose evolution has transformed her from weapon into architect of her own destiny. Katarina du Couteau stands before the assembled nobility with bearing that speaks to hard-won wisdom rather than desperate ambition. At 25, she has achieved a form of excellence that transcends mere technical proficiency to encompass the kind of integrated mastery that emerges only when skill serves authentic purpose. The spinning daggers at her belt rest with quiet confidence, their presence announcing capability without the need for boastful demonstration. The commendations read this evening catalog accomplishments that reflect her evolved approach to professional service. 7 corruption networks dismantled through operations that preserved innocent lives while eliminating genuine threats to imperial stability. 3 diplomatic crises resolved through precise application of pressure that created space for negotiated solutions rather than military conquest. 2 Black Rose cells identified and neutralized through intelligence gathering that protected Noxian interests while serving her own commitment to conscious choice over inherited obligation. Yet the true measure of her transformation becomes evident not in these public achievements, but in the private moments that reveal how fundamentally her relationship with excellence has changed. Picture her in the estate's training courtyard during the golden hour before sunset, her movements flowing through patterns that serve artistic expression as much as combat preparation. The daggers that dance through the air carry new meaning as extensions of conscious will rather than programmed responses, their aerial choreography reflecting personal aesthetic choices rather than external expectations. The students who now seek her instruction receive training that differs markedly from the demanding regimen that shaped her own development. Where Marcus had emphasized relentless pursuit of impossible standards, Katarina teaches integrated excellence that encompasses emotional intelligence alongside technical skill. Her lessons address not just how to execute techniques, but when to apply them, why they work, and what purposes they should serve in the broader context of meaningful life. These teaching sessions provide unexpected satisfaction as she watches younger operatives develop their own approaches to the challenges that the profession presents. Rather than creating copies of her own style, she encourages students to discover their unique capabilities while learning fundamental principles that will serve them regardless of their individual specializations. The pride she takes in their growth represents the kind of generative achievement that her earlier focus on personal accomplishment had never provided. The relationship with Cassiopeia that was nearly destroyed by competitive ambition has evolved into collaborative partnership that serves both sisters' development while advancing their shared resistance to external manipulation. Their different approaches to the family legacy, Katarina's direct action and Cassiopeia's political maneuvering, create complementary capabilities that achieve objectives neither could accomplish alone. More importantly, their renewed connection provides the emotional foundation that makes professional success personally meaningful rather than merely impressive. Their coordination has enabled them to identify and counter Black Rose operations that might otherwise have succeeded in their objectives of destabilizing Noxian society for the conspiracy's benefit. This work requires careful balance between protecting the empire they serve and avoiding actions that might expose them to retaliation from forces whose reach extends throughout the political establishment. The intelligence they gather serves multiple purposes, protecting Noxian interests, advancing their own understanding of the threats they face, and building networks of allies who share their commitment to conscious choice over inherited obligation. The evolution of her reputation within Noxian intelligence circles reflects the transformation of her professional identity from spectacular weapon to strategic asset, whose value extends far beyond individual operations. Handlers who once assigned her missions based solely on their tactical requirements now seek her input on broader questions of how specific objectives might be achieved while serving larger purposes of imperial stability and citizen welfare. This consultative role represents recognition that her expertise encompasses not just execution, but analysis of whether particular assignments deserve execution at all. The personal relationships that had withered under the pressure of obsessive ambition have begun to regenerate as she creates space in her life for connections that serve no tactical purpose beyond the simple human need for understanding and affection. The letters she exchanges with childhood friends, like Liana, carry genuine warmth that reflects her growing capacity for emotional vulnerability. These correspondences provide perspectives on ordinary life that keep her anchored to concerns beyond the specialized challenges that her profession presents. Most significantly, her evolving understanding of what constitutes meaningful strength has enabled her to approach the question of her feelings for Garen with greater clarity than was possible during her period of confusion and self-doubt. The attraction she feels toward him no longer seems like betrayal of her principles, but recognition of character that mirrors her own commitment to excellence in service of larger purposes. While their opposing loyalties make romantic relationship impossible within current political circumstances, the respect they share has evolved into something approaching friendship despite the barriers that separate them. Their subsequent encounters during border operations have taken on ritualistic quality that transcends simple military conflict. Each meeting becomes opportunity for mutual assessment and growth, their combat serving as dialogue conducted through techniques that reveal character as much as capability. These exchanges have taught her that worthy opponents often provide better education than compliant allies, pushing her toward innovations and improvements that comfortable situations would never inspire. The philosophical implications of these encounters extend beyond personal development to encompass her growing understanding of what leadership in Noxus could become under different circumstances. If warriors from opposing empires can recognize each other's dedication and competence, what possibilities might exist for cooperation on challenges that threaten both peoples? The revelation that external forces have manipulated traditional rivalries for their own benefit raises questions about whether conflict between Noxus and Demacia serves either empire's genuine interests. This expanded perspective influences her approach to assignments that involve interaction with foreign operatives. Rather than seeking opportunities for spectacular demonstrations of superior technique, she looks for ways to accomplish objectives while building understanding that might serve future cooperation. This evolution in tactical philosophy reflects growing appreciation that true strength often manifests through creating possibilities rather than destroying them. The integration of this broader strategic thinking with her established technical capabilities has enabled her to develop new approaches to complex operations that achieve multiple objectives simultaneously. Missions that appear to be simple elimination assignments are planned to gather intelligence about larger threats, while routine infiltrations are designed to establish relationships that might prove valuable in future challenges. This multifaceted planning demonstrates the intellectual growth that has accompanied her emotional development. The spinning daggers that dance through her training sessions now carry symbolic meaning that extends beyond their practical applications. Each throw represents choices made with full awareness of alternatives. Each pattern reflects aesthetic preferences that serve her own vision rather than inherited expectations. The artistry that flows through her combat techniques has evolved into genuine creative expression that brings satisfaction independent of any tactical advantages it might provide. Yet perhaps the most significant aspect of her transformation lies in her growing understanding that true legacy is not built through individual achievements, but through the influences that persist after the achiever has moved beyond their active career. The students she trains will carry forward not just techniques but approaches to the profession that emphasize conscious choice and ethical considerations. The operations she conducts establish precedents that other operatives might follow. The relationships she builds create networks of understanding that might serve future cooperation between peoples who have been taught to consider each other enemies. The evening conversations she shares with Cassiopeia often turn toward questions of how their family's reputation might evolve to serve purposes beyond the narrow interests that had previously defined the Ducateau legacy. Rather than simply maintaining traditions inherited from previous generations, They envision possibilities for transforming those traditions into something that serves broader human flourishing while preserving the excellence that has always characterized their lineage. The quiet satisfaction that fills her solitary moments reflects the kind of peace that comes only when external achievements align with internal values. The honors and recognition that accompany her professional success now feel like natural expressions of work worth doing, rather than validation desperately sought from external sources. This shift in the source of satisfaction has freed her from the anxiety that previously drove her toward impossible standards, while enabling even greater excellence through focused effort guided by clear purpose. The maintenance of her signature weapons has evolved from obsessive ritual into meditative practice that connects her to the deeper meanings that her profession can serve. The daggers that rest in their sheaths carry the weight of conscious commitment rather than inherited obligation, their balance reflecting the integration of technical skill with ethical purpose that defines mature mastery. As our exploration of Katarina's complete journey draws toward its close, we can see how the most profound transformations often occur, not through abandoning our past, but through consciously choosing which aspects of our inheritance deserve preservation and development. Her evolution from desperate ambition to purposeful action demonstrates that even the most comprehensive external manipulation cannot ultimately prevent authentic self-determination when it is combined with courage, intelligence, and commitment to growth. The legacy she is now building transcends the individual achievements that once defined her worth to encompass the broader influences that will shape her profession and her world long after her active career concludes. The spinning daggers that have become her signature now serve purposes that extend beyond personal excellence to encompass contributions to human understanding and cooperation across traditional boundaries. The sinister blade that gives her title its meaning has been transformed from simple weapon into instrument of conscious will, its edge honed not just for cutting, but for carving new possibilities from the raw material of inherited circumstance. Her story reminds us that true mastery emerges not from perfecting techniques, but from understanding the purposes that make technique worth perfecting. In the gentle quiet that precedes your rest tonight, perhaps you might consider what legacy you are building through your own choices and actions. What influences will persist beyond your immediate achievements to shape the world you leave behind? How might your current struggles and growth contribute to possibilities that extend beyond your personal success to encompass the welfare of those who will follow in paths you help to create? What kind of excellence calls to you, the kind that serves only personal validation, or the kind that contributes to something larger than individual accomplishment, while honoring the full depth of your human potential?